Good morning. And good morning also to you, all of you following us online. This is a fantastic day. It's a Naventus Technologies Summit, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you. My name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson, and I am a public speaker, moderator, and program host. And today, as always, this is an Naventus and Partners event, Technology Summit, hosted by Naventus, Deloitte, Zettervals, Nordnet, and also NASDAQ. We will talk about technology today, and I recently came back from COP27, where I hosted a series of, 9 days of broadcasting for the global platform We Don't Have Time. We had 50 million viewers, and we had lots of visitors in our studio. Political leaders, but also primarily business sector representatives. And I must say, coming back from COP27, I was also at COP26, there is so much hope in what happens in the business sector, especially the tech sector. We cannot trust the political leaders to solve the major problems that are facing us, but the industry shows indeed strong resolve, very high innovation and also disruption in the fields where we have major challenges. So today we will talk about technology, and we of course see big promises and the continued investment in technology to solve the multiple global crises that we're facing in these challenges, and when we have such major challenges, also in terms of inflation, of course. So with that said, I look forward to a great day with many fantastic presenters. And let's start with inviting Fredrik Lindroos from Specta. Specta is an ad tech company that offers traffic generation services in e-commerce using AI and also data, of course. And the company has two services, the affiliate network Shopello and also the service BidBrain. So please now give Fredrik a warm hand.
Tack.
You have our full attention.
Welcome. Today I will give you a little bit of e-commerce, AI and Google Shopping. But also talk about the journey on why and how we became to be here today. And also a little bit about the future. But let's start with you. Let's start with when you sit in front of a desktop or by your cell phone, you feel that you have a need for buying something. It could be anything. It could be a new jacket, it could be a new bicycle, it could be something else. But you most likely end up here. You open your laptop or your cell phone, you plug up your browser, whatever you have, and then you type in, for example, underställ, base layer, like this. And this is what you end up with. You get the search results. And it most likely looks like this. But you don't have time right now to go into all the details on which clothes to be buying or not. So you close down the phone. And then you head out later that day, you do the same search and you get some other search results. You see there are different pictures, right? And then lately you're thinking, I'm gonna add some more information. I'm gonna put in which fabric I want and maybe that it's men's I want as well. And this depends on what time of the day, which device you're using and so many other things. But the main thing is the bid of these advertisers. That is what sets that up. So if you are an e-commercer today, how the bleep are you going to understand how to manage this? Because there's so many variables at stake here. Well, see it as this way. This search results page is exactly what we had out on the streets, on the shopping streets. You see that when you enter a shopping street, you see all the stores on the right, you see all the stores on the left. But in the online world, these stores are constantly changing and becoming new stores, depending on your need as a consumer. And it's not about rents anymore on the shopping streets. It's about bid levels of the ad. And that's where the power comes from. So let's take this example, the bids. Look at all these bids here. You see all the different players have placed different SEK, Swedish crowns bids per ad. They don't pay that yet. They only pay once you've clicked that ad, all right? So it's per click. So for example, you end up bidding 1.35 for this ad. And then you get thousands of clicks on that. How many do you think will convert or not convert of this 1,000 clicks? 2%? That's a good guess. This is a not uncommon result. 990 of those 1,000 don't get any sales at all. But maybe 10 of those 1,000 clicks, 1% in this case, gets sales. So you spend 1,000 clicks at 135, that's 1,350 crowns in investment, and then you get back sales of 6,750 crowns. That's a return on investment, ROI, or as it's called in advertising, return on ad spend, ROAS, of 5 times, 500%. So, the game here is to reduce the number of non-converting clicks, but also increasing the number of converting clicks. And when to bid high and when to bid low, right? That's the game. And there's so many variables at stake here. Which keywords, search words are you searching for? At what time of the day? At what device? What are the prices of your goods versus the competitors? So many variables at stake, and this is what our service, BidBrain, is doing. BidBrain is an AI-based SaaS solution that we launched a little bit over a year ago. It does granular bidding based on all these parameters that I've been talking about and more, trying to improve the ROAS, the return on investment, for the e-commercer, but also increasing the sales at the same ROAS. And it's as transparent as possible because many AI solutions tend to be some sort of a black box. You put something in, you get something out. Don't ask me what happens in there. But we try to make this service as easy to use as possible, but also as transparent in terms of what works and what doesn't work. So, why AI then? Well, if you take this, for example, that you have 1,000 products in your store, and you have 5 different sizes and maybe 5 different colors, and then you search at different points of time during the day, with different devices, and then you have the competitor prices always changing. That alone is around 950 million different bid strategies to use. I want to see that person that raises his or her hand and says, hey, let me do that manually. This is why we need to let the AI do the heavy lifting. So the service itself is very easy interface. You use, as an e-commercer, your existing Google Ads account to sign up. You provide your wanted return on investment, ROAS, and then you provide your product feed, your list of products. And then the service gets going. So it's a pretty easy sign up. And you get a 30 days free trial, of course. If you're not happy, keep on doing it another way. So, we launched this service a little bit over a year ago. It's going slowly, but at the right direction. We are currently at 19 customers or 19 stores. One example is Craft Underwear, which are now expanding to 2 more stores this quarter. due to a strong results of increasing in sales at a very good ROAS. So that's just an example of this. Let me also give you a little bit more of data into this, because data is the foundation of AI. And this is a typical example that we see when we take on a customer. At the left-hand side here, you see that sales generated comes from maybe it's 85% that has a description of that product, up to 4 or 5 category levels. And category levels is, for example, clothes, men, shirts, wool, and you see the different categories of a product. So 85% of the sales usually come from a product that has 4 or 5 different category levels, descriptions. But only 10% come from those that doesn't have any description or category depth at all. But if you look at the sales here, you see that or say that's the sales. If you look at the product list that we receive from customers, you see that more or less half of all the products doesn't have any category depth at all. And this is just a clear way of improving the performance in Google Shopping. You see that it's almost 40%, 50% that has these depth of category levels. Another example is if you take a look at the whole product assortment, list of products, you see that 80% of all the products doesn't have or get any clicks on Google. They're dead, more or less. So the question is, how can you activate these? Because if you don't have any clicks, you don't have any data to bid on. And if you don't have any data, you're blind. So the way of activating the tail of a product assortment is usually the key to improving sales. That is something we're working with clustering of other parameters than just the product. The 20% that gets the clicks, there's so many ways to improve there. For example, if you take a look at, of those 20%, only 5% units is above the wanted ROAS target, the return on investment target, and 15% are below. So there's stuff to do there as well. But that's enough about BidBrain. How did we get there? Well, the journey here hasn't been easy. It started back in 2003, where 2 guys in the outskirts of Stockholm had an idea of making online services. So they scraped different sites like Schibsted's and Tradera and created alla annonser. Then they scraped recipe sites, creating one of the largest food communities in the world. But as we progressed, the idea of doing performance-based marketing really grew. And performance-based marketing is about only doing marketing when you get something in return, not just showing an ad. It's about getting something in return, so that it's seen as an investment. So after the pandemic hit, we decided to change our strategy. And at that point of time, we were valued at around 350 million SEK as a company. But when we looked at all the companies we had in our portfolio, we saw that this is worth at least double that, or maybe 3 times that. So we decided first to do a divestment of the Finnish loan broker called Rahalaitos. And we sold that to Nordic Capital about a year ago, getting 400 million just for that sale of business. Then we sold Vinklubben, the wine club, to another listed company called Viva Wine Group, getting another 120 million in. Then we sold the remaining part, affiliate, and then we kept the one with the most growth potential globally, which is the ad tech business. We paid off all our debts, did a huge dividend, and that's what you see in the key performance indicators of our stock. And we've kept some money to grow the ad tech business. So we've gone from a scattered portfolio of different businesses to being a very focused business doing ad tech. So at that point of time, we only had around 20 million in cash. Then we did all these sales, we paid off our debts. We ended up with a cash pool of 430. We did a dividend of 316, a little transaction cost. So now at the end of Q3, we have 84 million still in the bank to push this startup, more or less funded startup that we have. So the last quarter, we had revenues mostly from Shopello with 3.2 million, a negative EBITDA of the burn rate. We are building this service right now. And our cash is currently at 84. The revenues has been going down lately, and that is due to the shift from the Shopello service, which has an old business model, to this new one of BidBrain, which is a SaaS service. So you can't really compare 1 crown here versus 1 crown here because they are different in margin. So the margin at Shopello is only like 15 or 20% margin, while the margin as a SaaS company, if you know SaaS company, is close to 100% margin. So when we do this shift, bear this in mind. So let's move over to the future. What lies ahead here? If you look out the window, not these windows, these are mirrors, but out there in the world, you see a pretty grim scenario being painted against the sky. And the consumer confidence is at record low levels. It's even lower than it was during the pandemic outbreak. So people are trying to keep their money to themselves, not spending that much. And this, of course, affects our customers, the e-commercers. So it's tougher to get meetings with them. I must admit that. However, at these times, when the pressure is on, it means that consumers are buying less. It means that the e-commercers are dropping in revenue. And if you have dropped in revenue, you're getting a lower gross margin to cover your fixed costs. Therefore, your EBITDA is going down. You are under pressure. But you remember that word called performance-based marketing. Performance-based marketing is about marketing not being a fixed cost that needs to be covered by the revenue you generate, for example, in a brand campaign. It's about every marketing spend is seen as a cost of goods sold. It's very related to the sales it's generating. So for every crown you put in marketing, you're gonna get it back as a return. So this is what BidBrain is doing, either increasing the revenue but keeping the same ROAS, or which increases the margin, or you keep the revenues but you reduce the cost of getting that revenues, which increases the gross margin as well. And that is performance-based marketing. One more thing before I let you up on the stage again, before I leave you. Do you remember this slide? We talked about the cash position. We have one more thing. We have an earnout on the Rahalitos case. We've been driving Rahalitos business for over a year now to get more cash. It's a tilläggsköpeskilling, it's an earnout. And right now, we're at the end of this earnout. And the preliminary forecast was around receiving another 1.75 million euros for this. But October has been doing really well, so our estimates now, right now, is that we will receive another 2.5 to 3.5 million euros to put to our cash pool to use for developing BidBrain moving forward. So, when we're looking forward, this is a tough market, but BidBrain is really the right service to use. We're gonna focus on building the development and also getting ready for scale of this, and also getting the final cash injection from the Rahalitos earnout. So we see ourselves as a financed, no debt startup business right now, listed at Nasdaq. So, and remember, it all starts with a need. And if you go to Google, we'll be there as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Fredrik. So a question here, what does your competition look like?
The competition, there are some similar players out there. We usually find them in the UK, or there are one other player in Sweden that is also doing a similar thing like this. But usually it's another way of working that is the other competition. It's like you're doing this manually, having people internally, or you're using a digital agency doing the work for them. But you could use Google's own services, but then you have to rely on the people selling you the ads are also the people buying the ads for you. And that is often not really a trusty relationship, some think.
So Frederick, if somebody here would be interested in investing in you, which of course is your hope here, what can they expect, let's say, within a year?
They can expect that we are putting the money and the cash that we have in developing a own AI solution, state of the art, that is focusing on really delivering sales and conversions for e-commercers. We are totally obsessed with using the data and the technology for that. And having a service like that is something that will see the future in a much brighter light than other services not delivering these results. So they will see a tech company focusing on what matters for e-commercers.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your presentation here today. Best of luck. Thank you. Now, let's move on to the next presenter we have with a sleep cycle. The sleep cycle wants to help the world to sleep better, which is, of course, an important mission indeed. And they do that by tracking your sleep and also to identify when it's best for you to wake up in terms of health benefits. So it's my pleasure to welcome now Carl-Johan Hederoth, CEO, and also Per Andersson, CFO. So please join me here up on stage. A warm hand. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here. My name is Carl-Johan Hederoth. I'm the CEO of Sleep Cycle. I have a background in technology. I've been programming since the 90s. I've been doing online banking authentication, delivery system for Volvo. Also started a couple of businesses, and I joined Sleep Cycle in 2016. So I'll spend roughly 20 minutes talking about sleep and Sleep Cycle. And at Sleep Cycle, we're a team of sleep experts, machine learning engineers, and product designers. And we're on a mission on improving global health. And to pull that through, we're strong believers that sleep is the first and single most important factor to that. And with me here today, I have Per, who's the CFO of Sleep Cycle.
Yeah, hi, Per Andersson. I'm the CFO. I joined the company about 2 years ago. Before that, I have a background as CFO of another listed company, and before that from auditing and consulting.
Great. So very short on who we are. We're a subscription-based platform for sleep tracking and sleep improvement. Founded in 2009. We have millions and millions of active users on our platform. So why does all these users use our product every single day of the week? That is because we deliver better sleep, because we're not sleeping that good right now. 1/3 of the US population is sleep deprived, and it's at a level where CDC, the Center for Disease Control in the US, has actually declared sleep deprivation a public national health epidemic. And we're fighting this. We're doing that by tracking sleep, providing insights and personalized recommendations, and also tools for improvement. Second important part about Sleep Cycle is that we have technology by heart. We're believers in the capabilities of machine learning, AI, and as you all know, AI and machine learning requires a lot of data, and we do possess a lot of sleep data. Thirdly, we're subscription-based. We're distributing the product through App Store and Google Play, and the price for Sleep Cycle is $29 a year. So, looking quickly at Sleep Cycle in numbers, we have a little bit north of 900,000 paying customers. Every month, a little bit more than 2 million users are using Sleep Cycle. In terms of revenue, we're a highly profitable company. We have been since inception, since day zero. We're on roughly 200 million SEK in revenue the last 12 months. We're all over the world, customers in over 150 countries, and we have a lot of data. We have over 2 billion nights tracked with Sleep Cycle. I have a great team. Per I have with me here today. We have Sandra, who's overseeing product, and Samuel overseeing commercial activities. Both Sandra and Samuel are from Spotify. And Michael Kogebek, who is the CTO of the company. He's a PhD in machine learning and AI. Okay. We're doing sleep tracking. We're doing sleep improvement on a very large scale. So how do we find and attract our customers? Basically, this is the good part on being very true to product and product quality, because we have a very, very, very low customer acquisition cost and Sleep Cycle. We basically got our first 20 million downloads without spending a single dollar on marketing. And that is the case still today. Roughly about 75% of our customers find us through recommendations from friends and family or app stores. And our customers sharing their experience on Sleep Cycle is really our best sales force. Backing up this growth is product and technology. And me myself coming from tech, and tech is really close to my heart. This is an important slide. At a first glance, when you look at Sleep Cycle, it really strikes you as a simple product. You download it and you press start and you're off to tracking. But the secret sauce behind this simplicity in the user experience is a sophisticated layer of technology, including machine learning and data. And I will here talk about two things when it comes to technology. I will talk about how Sleep Cycle works and how we're thinking about sleep improvement. And I will talk about how we are intelligent and how we still are keeping improving with the help of machine learning. So starting to the left, delivering user value through tracking, insights, and improvement. Starting with tracking, Sleep Cycle do sleep tracking with the help of audio. So we're basically listening to the users, and we can hear breathing, snoring, and movements, and so forth. And that is how we transform this audio stream to a sleep analysis. And we're doing that on a pretty large scale. Just during our talk here, me and Per's talk here, Sleep Cycle will process about 100,000 hours of sleep data. Second point is that data doesn't make any sense to the user. We need to process, we need to massage it, and we need to make it comprehensible to the users. So in the insight step, we use all the data that we acquire in the tracking part. We provide insights, personalized insights. We provide recommendations, and we're making the user aware on where their sleep health are and how to improve it. And talking about improvement, on top of tracking and insights, we also provide a rich set of tools to actually do something about it. For example, we provide relaxation content before users are falling asleep. We provide a smart alarm waking the user up in the optimal sleep stage, and so forth. So looking to the right here, so basically what we have here is we have millions and millions of users passing through, collecting the data, providing the insights, using our tools to improve their sleep. And what we are really, really good at Sleep Cycle is basically leveraging this data and optimizing it. Looking to the right here, we have all these users on the platform, and they generate tons and tons of data, 2 billion nights of data, and we're good at using it. We're not only improving the accuracy in the sleep tracking, but we're also optimizing in what kind of insights to what user at what timing we should push out to our users in order for them to improve their sleep. And while doing this, coming from the growth side, you can see that we are a very product-led company, and we're seeing growth coming from product enhancement. This is really driving more users, who's driving more data, driving more optimizations, more users, and so forth. And this feedback loop is very important to us. Looking a little bit ahead to the future, I mean, to start, I mean, sleep is essential for health, and we have a product that works. Users are falling asleep faster with Sleep Cycle. They are waking up more refreshed when they in the mornings. We have 900,000 users that can prove that. But there are two important points for us when we're looking at the future. The first one is that there's a large untapped opportunity still in the sleep space. We have not solved sleep yet. We're far from it. But that is why we're ramping up investments in tracking, in how we're delivering insights, and what tools we provide to what users. And you will see features surfacing here the coming year. For example, breathing disruptions, indicating sleep apnea. We will look at teeth grinding, affecting 8% of the adult population. And I mean, look at the scope of this. Both teeth grinding and breathing disruption probably affects 500 million of people worldwide. The other important part in looking a little bit ahead for us at Sleep Cycle is also health tracking. So one example is that during COVID, we were looking at nighttime coughing. You remember that Sleep Cycle was listening to the user, so we can also detect coughing. And we were looking at like country from country on how people are coughing during the night, and we can see this peak going up, like from the West Coast in the US to the East Coast, through Europe and so forth. And we were kind of a little bit stunned about this. And then we took the data from actual confirmed COVID cases and put that data on top of this, and we can see almost an exact correlation. With the only difference that our coughing data was basically 2 to 3 weeks ahead of the official statistics. So what we were basically seeing on our dashboard was basically COVID spreading out over the world, and we could see it 2 to 3 weeks ahead of official statistics. And this kind of got us thinking a little bit about coughing and health tracking. And I mean, we at Sleep Cycle, we spend 8 hours with our users every night. That is more than any app is doing. And we're listening to them, and we have the users laying in a restful state in front of us. And this is a privilege, and there's no better timing to also use this time, not only for sleep tracking, but also for general health monitoring. And I think both me and the team are pretty confident that we will, during the next year, be able to predict coming colds and coming flus for the user, and also predict the data we have, daytime cognitive and physical performance. And even further ahead, I mean, the link between lifestyle chronic diseases such as hypertension, depression, and so forth, has been proven in the science over and over and over again. And I don't think we are overstretching an inch, that we will in the future be able to predict these conditions and also let the user act on them in a preventative way in the future. Now we'll let Per talk a little bit about the commercial part.
All right, so we are a growth company. Our main focus is revenue growth. We do that by developing our product, by providing users with more services, more features. We attract more users, and we can increase prices. So in this page, I will try to explain to you how we derive revenues from the product development. So looking at the pile in the middle of this slide, we can start with the main part of our revenues comes from renewals. We are a subscription-based business, meaning that we have a recurring revenue base. On top of that, we derive new sales, mainly coming from the product development. We attract new users, but we also have a very beloved product. We constantly rank very high in Google and Apple's stores, meaning that we get a lot of traffic and we'll get a lot of cost-efficient traffic. As Carl-Johan mentioned before, we have a very low customer acquisition cost. During 2022, we have started to adjust the prices on certain markets. We do that because first, we have invested a lot in the product. meaning we can increase the price. But we've also seen that we are priced fairly low compared to some competitors. And for the coming years, we see that this will help us grow revenues even more. On top of this pile, we have what we call our new initiatives, partnerships and new channels. When we talk about partnerships, we mean accessing users through another platform. So for instance, with Samsung, we have licensed a small piece of our technology, which is pre-installed in Samsung smartwatches. So if you buy a smartwatch from Samsung, Sleep Cycle is already there, meaning we can access new users directly. We also have a recent partnership with Gympass. Gympass is a health and training platform in South America. So by accessing that platform, we immediately get access to people that are interested in health and training, and that's exactly the kind of users we want to access. So as an example with Gympass, we started that partnership in September, and I think after almost 1 month we saw another 7,000 of new users coming through that platform. So this is a strategy we will try to expand in the coming years. We also have what we call a corporate offering, meaning that we have adapted our offering to fit companies working with employee health. And we started this last year, and we have a few test customers, you can say. For instance, Knowit, Polestar, and Djurgårdens football club here in Stockholm. And what we do is really that we give the companies tools to work with sleep as a health initiative for sustainable employees in companies. So as I said, we are very focused on revenue growth. The targets we have communicated to the market is about 30% revenue growth and an EBIT margin of about 20%. It's fantastic to be part of an innovative company as Sleep Cycle, but as a CFO, I can also tell you that it's really nice to be part of a company with a very fine and robust business model. As I said before, we are a subscription-based business, meaning we have recurring revenues. We get paid up front, meaning phenomenal cash flow. As you see in the graphs on the right-hand side, we have seen a steady growth in both subscription and in revenues. From last year, we started to increase our investments, meaning that we invest more in the organization, we invest more in the product to drive more revenue growth going forward. And that has obviously affected our margins. We come from a very high margin environment. Now we are going for a little bit lower margin, but still we are confident that we'll deliver growth in the future. A few words about the first 9 months of this year. We saw top line growth of about 17%, coming both from subscription growth and also from growth in the average revenue per user. We have expanded our cost base. Still, we are able to scale it. And I would say we have a fairly good cost control and high efficiency when it comes to customer acquisition. That in total gave us an EBIT margin of about 25%, up significantly from last year. And as I said before, cash flow is fantastic. We generated more than 50 million in cash. And to sum up, we held about 200 million in cash in the bank, no debt. We intend to use this to increase the investment pace going forward. And we also see that this cash could help us to act on other opportunities that may appear. Carl-Johan.
Great. Just a short summary. So first of all, I mean, we're coming from solid financials. We're profitable. Our product and our business model is working. Secondly, we're technology leaders. We're experts in machine learning, and we have tons of data to work with and optimize our product. And lastly, I mean, the commercial opportunities that Per has been mentioning is really ahead of us, and both in terms of what we can do to the consumer through app stores, but also in new channels and partnerships such as that with Samsung. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you very much indeed. What would you say is making you stand out? What is your most unique selling point? Because there are many sleep apps on the market, right?
Yeah, I think we have been around for a very long time, and we have constantly been focusing on the product and not just making more features and building it out, but also in terms of quality. And I think when this really is, as we were mentioning in the presentations, this is really the base of why we're growing, because people are coming back to us and they know that what we do actually is accurate and that actually is helping them improving their sleep. And I think when you look at all these apps, it's like, how hard could it be? But when you start trying them out and you really get into it, you can really feel the difference between what we do at Sleep Cycle and basically any other competitors.
So where will you be in 5 years financially, and what do you need to get there?
Yeah, in terms of the product, I mean, I believe very much that making use of these 8 hours in terms of both improving their sleep, but also, as mentioned, in terms of what we can do in health tracking. I think there's enormous potential in the data that we collect as of now. And if you take that data in terms of the development in the machine learning capabilities that we're seeing at the moment, if we combine these two, I mean, looking at these chronic lifestyle diseases such as hypertension and depression and so forth, I mean, fighting these, I think we'll be good on our way on fighting these conditions.
Would you like to add? Yes.
Yeah, and I think we have a very scalable business. So when we talk about increasing investment, that's basically to speed up the development. We see such huge opportunities. So if we can invest a little bit more, we can reach them faster. But still, I'm convinced that we will be able to scale this pretty fast, which we do with the data as foundation.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. The next company is Smoltek. Smoltek is developing process technology and concepts for application based on carbon nanotechnology to solve advanced materials engineering problems. And by pioneering carbon nanotechnology, they are pushing the limits of what is possible when it comes to semiconductor and also hydrogen industries. So, with that, a warm welcome to Håkan Persson, CEO. Please join me here on stage.
Thank you.
You have the floor.
Okay. So thank you very much for having me. It's always a pleasure to be able to talk about the company and describe what we do. And as said, we are a technology company. We are out of Göteborg, even though I have a Skånsk Swedish accent, which perhaps is not visible in my English, hopefully. Anyways, so we are still a pre-revenue company. We are in a very strong development phase, commercializing our technology. And I usually say that Smoltek sits very well in time with respect to the technology development that we see around us, with ever-increasing requirements for performance, while at the same time everything is to be cheaper, smaller, more effective. And that requires new innovations, requires new disruptive technologies, and that is actually what Smoltek aims to help out with. So what we do, I got the introduction, you made it very well, so I will not dwell too much, but we can make materials and components thinner, more energy effective, more powerful, cheaper, and we do this by growing three-dimensional structures of carbon nanofibers that basically multiplies the addressable area which we can coat with different type of materials on the substrate in order to make it more effective. And thus we solve very advanced materials engineering problems. And as you can see on this slide, even though it's rather small, there is a lot of areas that we can address, everything from capacitors, as we are doing, hydrogen, what we are doing, but also in other areas like medical components or what have you. So, but for a small company like us, we need to focus, and we have chosen to focus on these two areas: semiconductors, where we develop ultra-thin capacitors, where the capacitor manufacturers are the intended target customers for us, And in the space of hydrogen, we develop a high efficient cell material to enable more cost-effective production of fossil-free or green hydrogen. And those are the two areas that I will describe to you in this presentation. So if we venture into the capacitor side, the global capacitor market. First, the capacitors are small fundamental units that are needed in all electronic components, basically to stabilize the power in the device. And this is a humongous market with applications for very many different purposes. It's also a rather stable market, it's growing stably, but it's also looking at change. And the change comes from the development of advanced semiconductor circuits that requires a new generation of highly advanced capacitors. And this comes back to what is called the Moore's law, basically. If we look at Moore's law, in 1970 we had 1,000 capacitors on a chip. Today we have 50 billion. And this trend is ever increasing. And we are now in this upper quadrant that you can see here. So basically the need is already there. And traditional capacitor technologies more or less have come to an end to be able to support this development. So basically you could say that Moore's law has created a need for a highly advanced and new type of generation of capacitors. And that is where small tech comes in, because we can create extremely high electrical performance in an extremely small form factor. That is the key here. And that means that the capacitors can be placed very close to the chip. If you look at that slide up there, or the picture up there, you see the traditional MLCC type of component. It cannot be much closer to the chip than what it is. Our capacitor can be placed more or less everywhere around the chip. And that is the key to get the performance from the new chip technology, to benefit from it. Otherwise you cannot. And so basically you can say that without technology you can actually meet the requirements of the capacitor industry, of the chip industry, with respect to high capacitance, with respect to low electrical losses, but also we can create the thinnest capacitor there is. We already have a prototype which has been displayed, I think actually it was last year, which is only 40 micrometer high, which is basically half a hair. You can barely not see it. And it's still a prototype, so it's not done in industrial context, but that is exactly what we are now doing, industrializing this process and able to supply it. And actually, in that slide, you cannot see it basically, but it's 40 micrometers, but the active capacitor stack is just 10. The rest is silicon. And we also have technologies that are under development that enables us to reduce the silicon, which means that we can make an ever lesser or thinner capacitor over time. So we are very much in line with what is happening with Moore's law and the requirements of the industry through our technology. And that is what makes it so special. And obviously the placement, as I said. So, and this type of circuits, these advanced chips, they are not just for perhaps the mobile industry, which has actually been the driving force behind this development of these advanced chips. You find it in Apple phones, you find it in Samsung phones. But also other industries will absorb this type of technology, which makes the market extremely potentially large for us, and it is technology. So what we are now doing is that we are having our first product within this space. It's going to be an ultra-thin decoupling capacitor, and the aim is to be placed close to the application processor in a cell phone. That is more or less the premium target, and as I said, this is the market which has driven this type of development. And it is a rather large market. It's a premium market, but still rather large, about 12 to 15 billion pieces or units per year. And it is growing. And as you can see in the slide here, that is a Snapdragon processor, the generations from 2020, 2021, and 2022. You can see that the number of capacitors attached to the chip is growing. And we foresee that this trend will continue also going forward. And we obviously aim to capture a rather significant share of this market through our technology, and not the least through the collaboration we have with our partner. Because obviously being a small company from Gothenburg, entering into the semiconductor business, that is not an easy task. You need to have somebody to rely on, to help you out, to drive the business together with you. So we have struck an agreement with a Taiwanese US company called Jiazhou Group, one of the key players in the industry actually. You can see some data about them on the right-hand side here. They are turning over about $4 billion a year, 45,000 employees present globally, also here in Europe. 47 sales offices, 49 production facilities, 20 R&D labs. So a rather substantial player. And what we have done is that we have now an agreement with them, basically two agreements. One is a memorandum of understanding, which says that we are going to commercialize this technology, but we're going to do it in two phases. The first phase is a joint development agreement, which we are now in. It was signed in August, where we developed the technology together and in the industrial processes. When we, pending certain achievement of certain metrics, then we will form a joint venture where we together will produce and sell capacitors to the market, to basically customers that already Jiazhou has during its course or its business. Because they are addressing this market already, but they are not addressing these specific segments. So for them, this is a revenue expansion opportunity to get into spaces where they are not today. And obviously also to improve on the actual products and markets where they sell today. So this is a fantastic opportunity for us because they are the perfect partner in a sense. They have the industrial competence, they have the ability to help out in the development phase of the technology, but also do have sales, marketing, and the channels and the operational structure to actually be able to supply into this highly difficult, I would say, in complex market. So for us, this is both a proof point that the technology we have is actually worth something, having, but also that we are, in a sense, disruptive, that we can actually make something new, which can create a new position for them. So the key activities going forward, as you can see here, it is obviously to execute under the joint development agreement, getting industrially manufactured engineering samples to the market so we can start interacting with customers, their customers, with respect to final design and performance requirements and so forth. It's always a long process, especially when you are in this kind of industry. And also setting up the, so to say, the manufacturing infrastructure. For obviously, we are not building a factory. We are utilizing already existing CMOS infrastructures in order to actually produce our capacitor. What we add is the unique component that we own and the technology that we own. That is how to apply the carbon nanofibers to this product. So from that point of view, if we look at the semi business, it's rather well positioned. We have the technology, we have done some proof points, we have the partner, so we have a clear path to actually take the product to market. The other market that we are addressing is hydrogen, and this is a more or less nearly unfathomable market in size in terms of hydrogen. It's going to be used in every context, basically. I mean, from a perspective of climate neutrality, getting rid of carbon monoxide and so forth, hydrogen is a powerful source of energy to the world community, basically. And you can see the numbers here. They are so humongous that you can not really understand them. But still, the problem here is that the cost of producing hydrogen is still too high. And that is going to be an inhibitor to the usage of hydrogen if that cannot be reduced. And that is where our technology comes into play with respect to what we call high efficient cell material for electrolyzers, where we can actually contribute to reduce the cost of producing green hydrogen. And obviously, that's a great potential for us to take a significant share of this market. I can also say that from a development perspective, we are not as far here as what we are on the semi side. So we are still working on more core technology here than what we are doing on the semi side, but still. What we are focusing on is, as I said, a high efficient cell material for the anode side of an PEM electrolyzer. that basically can reduce the cost of producing green hydrogen. And as I said, this is the key to get hydrogen into the market, that it becomes cheaper to produce. The PEM electrolyzer is interesting in the sense that it can utilize what one call intermittent type of energy sources like sun, like wind. So they can work with those. But the downside of it all is that it utilizes a number of very, very expensive catalyst particles in the process of actually producing the hydrogen, like iridium. Iridium costs about 1.2 to 2 million Swedish krona per kilo. So obviously there's not a humongous amount that needs to be utilized every time, but still it's a very large cost, and iridium as such is also an extremely scarce resource. And as the PEM electrolyzer does not use it effectively, by utilizing our technology, we can actually maximize the usage of the iridium and potentially reduce the amount of iridium that is needed by well over 80%. We can also help improve the current density, and that means that the electrolyzer can be substantially smaller. And if you say that an electrolyzer plant costs about 600 million Swedish krona to establish, if we can reduce that by 2-3 times, then obviously there is a financial opportunity here, and also an opportunity to reduce the cost of production of green hydrogen. So basically utilizing our technology, increased efficiency, reduced cost, and no unnecessary losses. So, well, let's go back. So our ambition here, similar to what we do within the semi side, is that we obviously need a partner to take this to market, because otherwise it would be a too difficult challenge, basically. So we want to more or less mimic the setup that we have within the semi business now with Yageo, but also in this piece. And we do have collaborations already existing today. One collaboration, important collaboration, I would say, with the component supplier to the electrolyzer industry, where we are doing development of the cell material as such, to be enabled to create demonstrators to show the performance that we actually can deliver with our technology. We're also having a collaboration agreement with one of the leading European electrolyzer manufacturers, where we will apply our material to an existing cell layer in the electrolyzer cell to evaluate the technology as such. So two very important collaborations that we hope can take us a little bit to the next level with this technology. So with that, what is focused now is to fabricate demonstrators to be able to show the best combinations of the material, but also do tests and long lifeline tests and so forth on the technology to prove its value to the electrolyzer and to the hydrogen community as such. We have put a stake in the ground and said that this company will have substantial revenues in 2027. And obviously, when we have done these estimates, we have been rather conservative, given the fact that they are a bit out in time, both with respect to the addressable market, but also to volumes. But we feel that given the processes we're in, the plans that we have, this should be an attainable, achievable target for us. And also we see that there are a lot of other type of future product areas that we can address with the technology platforms and the product platforms that we now develop in adjacent areas to the two target segments that we are now addressing. So what are the reasons to invest in small tech? Yeah, well, we have two business areas with very strong growth potential, where we basically can be an enabler for growth. We have very well defined both short-term and mid-term plans in order how to get there. We have an experienced management, I would say, and board that has done this kind of journeys before. So we are doing it a little bit again. And we have the partners that actually can take us to market, especially within the semi side, to really commercialize this technology. And we see a lot of other types of opportunities very close to where the technology is today that we can utilize and, so to say, create additional growth. So we are on a very exciting journey. So that's like what Stordalen says, we all long for the Monday in our company. So thank you. That is what I had to say.
Thank you very much indeed, Håkan.
Thank you.
You touched upon the topic of raw materials, especially for the semiconductors. How about scarcity? How about price increase in the current global situation? How is this affecting you?
Not at this moment, because we are in a development phase, and basically I would say that what we do will potentially help in that aspect as well, as we're adding to, so to say, something. And but I mean, from the raw materials point of view, it's basically on the hydrogen part, it is the iridium that is the scarce resource. It's difficult to come by, and it needs to be used extremely efficiently if you are going to reach this point where hydrogen is to be used as a commodity, basically for energy consumption.
What is your take on policy in hydrogen? Because we know many governments are now looking to hydrogen as a big part of the solution. Do you foresee any let's say contributions from policymakers in terms of facilitating this transition?
Yeah, it's already happening. I mean, the EU is, I think, it's 50 billion euros that are now putting into this space. So, and every government is basically trying to help to get hydrogen into the system, so to say, in most countries. I think what the most of the money today goes into actually producing with the existing technology. I don't think there is that very much money going into looking into advanced new technologies, improving the present technology. But I hope we will see a change there.
So are you looking at any specific, I'm thinking about the EU Innovation Fund, for instance, there's money there to be found?
Absolutely. So we are scouting all these opportunities and have people who has a long experience from dealing with these bodies. The problem is it takes quite some time.
Indeed.
There's lengthy processes, complex applications, and so forth. So that is something that could be.
But if you look at the hybrid, the 142 million euros they've received, and also the hybrid, the Stockholm Exergy, the 188 million, there is money to be found.
Absolutely. So we are looking at that as well. It's important for us. Obviously, we need to fund this.
Of course, you need also investors.
So that's
primarily why you're here, of course.
absolutely.
Well, best of luck.
Okay.
Very interesting presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now I think we need coffee. We have a coffee break. We start again here at 10:25. So those of you watching online, don't get lost in the kitchen or somewhere else. Come back here at 10:25. And for the rest of us, there's coffee upstairs. See you soon. Just behind you. All right, welcome back. Please take your seats. We have some more exciting presentations ahead of us. And the next company is Wild Networks. Very important, because Wild is essentially helping modern businesses make connections, make essential connections, like gathering data from remote locations like satellites, via satellite, or creating localized wireless networks to enhance customer experiences. So please now welcome the CEO of Wild Networks, Alistair Williamson. Please join us.
Thank you very much indeed.
You're most welcome.
Well, hello everybody. My name's Alistair Williamson and I'm the CEO of Wild Networks. And I've got a presentation, it's about 15 slides, and I'm just going to take you through who we are, what we do, how we make money, and where we are in the journey. So, who is Wild Networks? We're a virtual satellite network operator, and I'll get into a bit more detail as to what that actually means. So Wild Networks at a glance, we were founded in Cambridge in 2016. We've approximately 32 employees as of the end of Q3 this year. And we listed on the Nasdaq First North in July 2021. And we also put ourselves onto the OTC QB in the United States. So what do? So as I said, we're a virtual satellite network operator. What we do is we use low Earth orbiting satellites to connect Internet of Things devices and sensors to the internet. I'll get into a bit more detail of why we're doing that, but we offer our customers a low power, affordable solution that allows them to generate a very quick return on their investment, and our business model is all about a reoccurring revenue model. So what's the problem we're trying to solve? So today, only about 15% of the world's surface has access to the internet. So only about 15% of the world's surface has wireless connectivity. The other 85% has no connectivity at all. So that's actually holding back the growth of the Internet of Things, holding back the growth of IoT networks from adding about $2 to $3 trillion to global GDP over the next 10 years. So what we've done is looked at how we can offer our customers 100% global connectivity for their IoT devices. So what we've done is developed a solution that connects IoT devices directly to low Earth orbiting satellites to actually create that 100% global connectivity. And more importantly, the way we've developed it is to actually offer our customers an affordable global 100% connectivity solution for their IoT devices. To give you an idea of what does it actually look like, so there's really two physical components to what we offer. There's Wild Connect on the left-hand side of the presentation, which is a piece of hardware that's embedded into an IoT sensor. And there are literally billions of IoT sensors looking for connectivity. So Wild Connect gets embedded into a sensor. Wild Connect, as a piece of hardware, collects that data and sends that data directly to low Earth orbiting satellites. The satellites then send the data back down to another product we have called Wild Fusion, and Wild Fusion collects that data. It's our billing platform, it's our provisioning platform, and it provides the security around the data. That data is then transferred to our customers, and our customers use that data to improve operational efficiency, monitor all their assets, and basically utilize that data to improve the way they work. So we are a connectivity as a service solution provider. That's our business model. And as I say, what we actually sell is a device called Wild Connect, which is the hardware that gets embedded into a sensor. And we sell that device for up to $40 a device, and we've actually got orders for about 92,000 of those already. And the other element that we sell is Wild Data. That's the data piece. That's what the customers pay us to use the service. And that's up to $5 per sensor per month. And that's where our reoccurring revenue comes into play. And we're really delighted to actually announce that we're launching our satellite IoT network service on the 8th of December this year. So next week, we will be going live with our 100% global satellite IoT connectivity solution. So I've put down a few use cases. So what do people use our solution for and why? So obviously, because we're providing 100% global connectivity, and as I said earlier, 85% of the world has got no access to the internet, we solve that problem for IoT devices. So as you can imagine, the majority of our customers have got assets or products or solutions in that 85% of the world's surface where there's currently no access to the internet. So that's agriculture, that's utilities, water, gas, electricity, the environment, energy, oil and gas, maritime, obviously at sea, and also logistics, supply chain logistics. And if I just take two use cases, agriculture, soil moisture sensors. So as you know, that the world's population is set to grow by another 2 billion people by 2050. We can't even feed ourselves today. We look at water consumption in agriculture. Agriculture is responsible for 30% of the waste of water globally. So farmers and growers are deploying soil moisture sensors into their fields. Literally hundreds of thousands of soil moisture sensors into their fields, and they want to collect data from those soil moisture sensors so they can actually optimize the amount of water they're using, so reduce the waste of water and also increase the yield of production. So it's a twofold solution, reducing waste of water by collecting data, analyzing how much moisture you have in the soil so you don't over-irrigate, and also allowing yourself to increase the yield of crop on exactly the same footprint. So you're not looking to actually extend the footprint of your growing yield. So that's one example where we're deploying our solution. If we look at the energy sector, large energy companies are very much focused on the environment, sustainability, and they're very much under the spotlight. Well, there are millions of pipelines carrying oil and gas all over the world, mainly in rural areas with no connectivity. And what these large energy companies are doing is basically deploying sensors on their pipelines to measure corrosion, because corrosion is the problem that creates the leakage, that creates the environmental disaster that all these companies are trying to stop. So they're measuring corrosion, using sensors, and using Wild Connect to send the data to satellite. They collect the data, and it's more about preventative maintenance, going out to fix the problem before it becomes a problem. So there's two examples of use cases, but in reality, there are thousands of different use cases. So where are we at the moment? I talked earlier about the fact that we're delighted to announce that we're launching the satellite network service next week, Thursday, the 8th of December. But we've been going through a lot of pilot testing. We've been signing launch partners. We've signed up to 40 launch partners. And the majority of that is actually taking place in South America, North America, a bit in Europe, Middle East, and some in Africa. And we will start to expand that commercialization phase to then start to do a lot more in Asia Pac starting next year. So we have signed up to about 40 launch partners, and we have converted some of those launch partners into purchase orders ahead of actually launching the network. And to give you an idea of who are our customers, what type of customers are they? So we've already got purchase orders. Before we launched the network, we got about 34 million krona in backlog to start to unwind as we launch the network. But we've got customers like Bayer, the chemical and agricultural giant, DEWA, the Dubai Electricity and Water Authority, obviously wanting to measure and collect data on all of their assets out there in their network. Trevia, focusing on forestry management. Sea Towers, focusing on wind turbine generation in rural locations. And we've got launch partners such as Syngenta, Senate, Chevron in the oil and gas space, American Towers, British American Tobacco. I think collectively these companies, have a market cap in excess of $1 trillion. So these are big players that have got big problems because they've got assets in that 85% of the world's surface where there's no access to the internet, and we're solving their problem. I talked about our order backlog, so we've started to sell the Wild Connect piece to get embedded into the sensors early on this year, and we've got orders up to about 34 million krona. That represents about 92,000 Wild Connect units to be embedded into sensors. And we've also started to sell the Wild Data piece, so we're now starting to collect orders for the reoccurring monthly revenue piece, which will be about or up to $5 per device that's deployed in the network. So what's the size of the network? The size of the market, I apologize, size of the market. So industry reports talk about satellite IoT being valued at about $5.9 billion by 2025. So that's a big number. So what we've done is looked at, well, what does that actually mean for Wild? What's Wild's network's addressable market by 2025? And we've put that number in at about $670 million, which represents about 11.3% market share of that $5.9 billion. So I just want to conclude just with some investment highlights. Why invest in Wild? So if you listen to my use cases, and the problem that we're solving by providing 100% global connectivity is that we're solving a real-world problem. So we're providing our customers with a solution that allows them to address their productivity, their sustainability goals, and allows them to look at preventative maintenance and reducing the overall cost of their operations. So number one, we're solving a real-world problem. Number two, I like to re-emphasize the fact that we have a reoccurring revenue business model where we're charging up to $5 per month per device that's deployed into the network. We've already received purchase orders ahead of the launch of the network, so we have about 34 million already, and we are launching the network next week. Obviously, once we launch the network next week, we'll get a lot more of our partners starting to place orders on us because they've got a network that they can actually use. We're patent pending, and we've secured trademarks against the Wild brand. We believe the Wild brand is a very, very strong brand for us, and we've trademarked that moving forward. And as I say, we're launching our network on the 8th of December. That's next week on Thursday. And we expect to see a lot more customers starting to join us as they actually start to be able to utilize the network moving forward. So I'd like to conclude and thank you very much for listening to me, and also to thank Naventus for inviting me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Alistair. So how about competition? What makes you stand out? There are other satellite companies and other connectivity platforms.
So there's two things. There's competition out there, and most of that competition actually use geostationary satellites. So satellites that are 36,000 kilometers up in the sky, which are very expensive. whereas we're leveraging low Earth orbiting satellites, so satellites that are about 700 kilometers up there, very, very small, a lot cheaper, a lot more affordable. So we give our customers an affordable solution by leveraging low Earth orbiting satellites. And also what we do is we utilize a technology called LoRaWAN, which is a technology that's in the free-to-use spectrum. So we don't need to pay for spectrum, which is very expensive, to actually operate the network. The third piece is that in using LoRaWAN, we don't require electricity on the ground, so we don't need power from the electric grid, because obviously we're deploying in very rural areas. So our solution using LoRaWAN is basically powered by battery. And that battery life could be, depending on the amount of data used, a life of up to 5 years deployed in the field.
So thank you for clarifying this. Where will you be in 5 years?
Well, that's a really difficult question. We do have a 5-year business plan, but I shan't talk about where we believe we'll be in respect to numbers. But we expect to be the leading satellite IoT network provider in the world. And that's the real focus we're going on. We are enhancing our roadmap. So, as I said, we're using LoRaWAN as a technology at the moment in the free-to-use spectrum. We're going to add NB-IoT to the solution, which is actually in the 5G spectrum, so that our customers, our new customers, such as mobile operators, can start to use our solution as well.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and best of luck.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now move on to listen to a partner presentation from Nordnet. We are welcoming now Rasmus Järborg, who's Chief Product Officer and also Deputy CEO. So please give him a warm hand.
Thank you. Good morning. It's great to be here. Really happy to be a partner of this event and to listen to so many competent and exciting companies. Remember, if you want to invest in any of them, Nordnet's platform is the best way to go. But I'm here to talk about us, not only as a company and as a partner of the event, but also as a firm that is democratizing savings through technology. So what is Nordnet? Well, we are a pan-Nordic platform for savings and investments, and we really are very purpose-driven as a firm. So we exist to democratize savings and investments. And this has been our purpose since we founded the firm back in 1996. What does that mean? It's a big word, democratize. We've argued about it internally. What we mean by that is that we tend to give the tools, access, and information that was beholden large institutions to everyday savers, really enabling them to get the best possible return on their investments. And it's been a very successful strategy. We have over 700 billion of our customers' money on the platform, with 1.7 million customers across our 4 Nordic home markets. And over the last 12 months, they did 60 million trades on exchange. This means we are a pan-Nordic powerhouse and really the #1 domestic broker across the Nordic exchanges, beating out big incumbent banks like Nordea and SEB, and not just by number of trades, but by traded value. We have a #1 position when it comes to customer satisfaction, which we measure through NPS, with a clear #1 rank in Denmark, Finland, Norway, and a very strong #2 in Sweden, which we're about to change. Right, Tommy? And finally, we have the #1 market share when it comes to the addressable market among online savings platforms. But to give you a sense of the scale, and because this is a tech conference, I thought I'd take you through a typical day on the Nordnet platform. So I apologize for the busy graph. It's going to get a lot busier. This is showing API calls. So API requests against our platform with requests per second, really spinning up to 20,000 on a typical day just before European markets open. That can go as high as 80, 100,000, like it did when we had the meme stock event back over a year ago. Activity stays high until the US market opens. There's another spike. And then we run at a high request rate until the European markets close. Of course, our platform is open until the US closes, but activity is lower. And on a typical day, our customers start logging in, 265,000 daily active users on our app, another 115,000 on the web. And they start putting trades through. On a typical day last year, they did 285,000 trades through our platform, 88,000 of which were cross-border, for a total traded value just north of 7 billion. And also on a typical day, 1,000 new people became customers of Nordnet, and they, and existing customers, put over 200 million of fresh capital onto the platform. We paid out 23 million loans, and they did some 118 million fund investments. So almost by any metric, whether it's API requests, whether it's customers, whether it's trades, traded value, this is a pretty awesome and scalable platform that we built. What's really driving this and what we see as a main competitive advantage for us is speed. It is interesting to think about that, to think about speed as a competitive advantage of a way of really beating out competition. And over the last year, we deploy new code onto our web fronts every 2 hours. That's during active trading days. Our app comes out every 5 days on average, and that's counting iOS and Android as one release, even though it's two. And even though it needs to go to Cupertino and Mountain View to get approved in the App Store, right? So in total last year, some 7,600 gyro tickets were released, and that is a totally meaningless number, except to put it in the context that it means we're pretty damn fast. And being fast in itself gives us the confidence, not only the ability, but also the confidence to release early, release often, release iteratively. We can roll forward, roll back, A/B test live, measure the data, and then keep going. And so you don't have to be the best, you just have to be the fastest, because pretty soon you will be the best. Another part of our competitive platform offering is really the PB offering, and that's why we have the PB team here today. You should talk to them over lunch. I think many of you may know that we have an exclusive offering, which really you qualify if you have 2.5 million Swedish. That's you, your spouse, your pension, so it's a hurdle that a lot of customers meet. And that gives you a lot of things for free. It gives you a dedicated PB team that answers the phone in 30 seconds flat. It gives you preferential access to equity research, legal services, events such as this one. And we have many customers joining us today, so welcome. It also gives you preferential commission rates and interest rates. But what not a lot of people do know is we also offer the ability to hold unlisted shares in endowment wrappers, so onoterat i kapitalförsäkring. It's a mouthful. But what it gives you is the ability to really, for entrepreneurs, to build value in a tax-shielded environment. And we're alone in the market to offer this. We have the cheapest mortgage in Sweden, and now also Norway, aimed squarely at our PB customers. And recently we developed a block trade capability, so you can enter or exit large positions without upsetting the market price through algos, either on exchange or through dark pools. And this means, if you remember the 711 number, 711 billion, 310 billion of that, almost half, sits with customers that we classify as private banking or active trading. But Nordnet then as a firm, this is my favorite slide. It sums up the equity story, I'd say, in one single headline. We are taking market share in a growing market. So I sit in on a lot of investor meetings, and some of them, the buy-only guys, they just stand up and leave once they've seen the slide. They're like, that's it, we'll see you in 10 years, we're a buyer. Because as opposed to a lot of other industries, there's an underlying growth in the savings market, 6 to 7% a year. Then you have years like this one, right, when the market is down. But over time, this is a growing market. And as a platform, we're taking share. Some 6% of the Nordic population is customers with us today. 18% of them own stock. You can see how we've doubled our share from 3 to 6% over the last 5 years of a 15 trillion crown market projected to grow to 20 trillion by 2025. And that includes a market expansion into Danish pension. But we have lots of work to do. So, I mean, we have 70% of the equity market, but only 4% of the fund market. And really fund as an asset class and pension as an investment form grow hand in hand. So there's fantastic potential and runway for growth for us within the fund market and within the pension market. And that's why we started our own fund company, and we're pushing pension into Finland and Denmark. It's been, like I say, a profitable strategy. We've had a top-line CAGR of 33% over the last 4 years. And for those CFOs in the audience, we've done that with almost flat costs. So that really proves the operating leverage of the model, with a lot of that top line growth dropping straight to the bottom line for a fantastic profit CAGR of almost 90%. So as a company, we are positioned to be long-term winners in this market. We have the #1 pan-Nordic digital platform, really the only platform operating at scale in each of the 4 Nordic markets. We have strong, and we've proven now, sustainable growth. Of course, markets like this is difficult for commissions and trading. That's why we're so happy we have an interest rate coming up. So the mix of our income is now shifting more from commissions into net interest income. And that's a really defensive P&L to have. That's also diversified across 4 markets. Norway, for example, is just slightly down this year, while the Swedish market has been down 20% and turned around. So having that diversification is key. We have proven operating leverage. We can scale this platform many, many times before adding any cost. And overall, it's a capital-light business model, meaning that a lot of the assets are held off balance sheet because they're owned by our customers, meaning we have to put less equity against it. We can publish outsized ROEs compared to other banks in the industry. So with that, our shares are listed on NASDAQ under the ticker SAVE. Scan that QR code, it'll open our page in the app. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Rasmus. I have a question for you, if that's
Yes.
okay. Many investors are now focusing on sustainability for the obvious reasons. So how are you navigating in terms of criteria, etc., when it comes to sustainability?
It's super important, but not just to us as a company, but to our investors and our customers. So I think we have a lot of firsts in our backpack. So we were the first to offer a filter where you can sort of filter away unwanted holdings in funds. So you can say, I don't want any fund that has gambling or nuclear power or whatever. And then we did another first, which we were the first to add the Article 8, 9 tags to the funds. And then, of course, in our own fund company, all the funds that we put together are ESG rated.
Great. Thanks for pointing that out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we move on to AAC Clyde Space. Clyde Space provides market-leading new space solutions and services for governments, and also for commercial and educational organizations. And with us to present here today is the CEO, Luis Gomez. So please join me here.
Thanks. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Naventus for inviting me here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about space. And assuming this works. In a sector that has been growing dramatically over the last few years. So the demand for more information, for more communication services, but also for more data about what's happening to our planet is actually driving a growth, an exponential growth of space-based information, space-based data. And this is very much driven by these applications, and what we are seeing is that what used to be a fairly small sector, it will grow to about $1 trillion by 2040, not 2030 like in the slide. But this is being driven very much by our need to manage our planet better, to communicate better. And we sometimes forget that many of the applications that we rely on, many of the things we rely on in our life are actually underpinned by space, data and technology. So when we are actually controlling how much food production we are doing in the world, how the climate is changed, that is very much dependent on information that satellites in orbit, mostly in low Earth orbit, but also in higher orbit, are actually providing us. And because of that, we are seeing this growth in the industry, and we are ourselves benefiting from that. So as a company, we are now delivering satellites, components for satellites, but also we started delivering space data as a service. And what we are seeing is that as we are moving from just people just wanting satellites or wanting to build their own assets, they are actually coming to us, particularly from areas where more data companies, for instance, are now coming to us and asking us, could I just have actually access to the data? Could I, rather than having to own my own assets, having to own satellites, having to own ground stations, having to have the people to do that, could I actually just have the data that I need? And because of that, we are seeing a growth in what we call space data as a service. It was something that a few years back you wouldn't see in our revenue stream, but now you are seeing it's already about 9% of what we are doing, and it is growing. And ultimately, we are expanding the company. So we are currently a company. In the last 12 months, we did about 188 million SEK. We have a back order backlog of about 418 million SEK. And this is a mixture of both subsystems components that we sell to other people, to other satellite manufacturers, but it's also something that we, but also satellites, and as I said, space data as a service. So we are 180 people around in 6 companies in 5 different countries. And we are organized very much in 3 main areas of business, as I mentioned. So we've got companies in our group that focus in providing the building blocks of satellites, building blocks of space technology. We've got 2 companies here in Sweden, 1 in the Netherlands, 1 in South Africa. And they specialize in individual components that you need to then build satellites. We then have companies that specialize more on the building satellites, bringing together all these parts and building them into satellites and to actually provide the services associated with that. And that can be communications, that bringing the data down, managing that data on behalf of our customers. And those are companies that we've got in Scotland and in the US. So we expanded into the US not only because we wanted to have our geographical footprint in the US a few years back, but also because we wanted to actually gain the knowledge of actually operating constellations. So the company we have in the US owns its own satellite, is delivering data every day to customers. And then, of course, as I mentioned, we are also doing this data business that is selling space data as a service. And that's where we see quite a big growth for us. Now, we focused on 3 areas, 3 main areas: weather and climate, what can we do to help weather and climate activities; maritime and energy, this is an area that we have traditionally operated on; and then, of course, farming and forestry. That is probably the biggest user of space data in the world. And we focus on these because we do have some unique capabilities. So when it comes to weather and climate, one of our companies is one of the world leaders in production of subsystems or instruments for weather monitoring. When it comes to maritime and energy, we are one of the first movers into what is called the next big integrated communication maritime system, that is VDES. We are working with Saab here in Sweden and with Orcom in the US to deliver a fully integrated communication system for shipping. This is highly reliable, resilient communication. And at the same time, of course, we have unique technology. We as a company have been operating parts of our company have been operating since the 1990s. The bulk of our company has been operating since 2005. And what that means is that we have accumulated a huge amount of experience in how to build satellites, how to operate them, and how to build components for satellites. I would just like to quickly run you through the results that we have on the last quarter. So we are seeing a growing momentum on our business. We have had, like most of the technology companies around the world, over the last couple of years, some issues with our suppliers. We have had issues with getting components that we needed to make satellites, and that has delayed a lot of the business plans that we had. It's not unique to us, but we are now seeing a recovery of the market. We are seeing that not only we are able to now start delivering because our suppliers are now more reliable, they have sorted out many of the problems they had, but we're also seeing a pickup in the number of orders. Many of our customers, particularly for products, that is power systems, computers, have been waiting to see how the world evolved. And I'm very glad to say that actually they have come back to the market, they are buying again. And we are seeing that many of the constellations that we had started working with 5 years ago, 4 years ago, initial design stages, they are now coming to us and saying, no, we want to go ahead with our constellation, we want to go ahead with our plans. And that has created quite a lot of interest in the market. So at the same time, because we are now being able to actually start to finish many of the satellites and many of the components we had started some time ago, we are seeing an uptake on the launches that we are doing. So we have 3 satellites to launch right now. One of our partners here in Sweden, OHP Sweden, has just launched the MAT satellite that had been waiting for a while. So we are starting to see the market recovering after 2 years of some uncertainty. And our net sales have increased. Our EBITDA and our operational cash flow have not improved as much as we wanted at this part of the year, as we had expected last year, but largely that comes down to the fact that because of the delays that the industry suffered, we have many projects, many satellites that should have launched earlier in 2022, they are launching in late 2022. And that created a slowdown on the revenue for the company and on the cash payments. So, but we remain with a very strong order backlog. And as I said, this is actually something that we are seeing starting to grow again. This is good to see that the market is recovering. And as I said, we have now 3 satellites on the launch pads. One, we will be on the first launch from the UK on the Virgin orbit. We have 2 more satellites in Cape Canaveral, ready to launch on the Falcon 9. And so the end of this year is going to be very busy for us because it is about delivering these satellites, commission and deliver them in orbit. And then we have, as I said, quite a busy last few months in terms of new contracts. Many of these are for constellations. There are people coming back to us. This is work that we started 2, 3 years, 4 years ago in some cases, but it's now starting to bear fruit. And that is actually quite an important thing, and it's good to see. It's good to see that the market is becoming resilient again. And as in terms of growth plans, we are actually, of course, following the trends, the global trends. There are some global trends in terms of data needs and service needs, and this is driving the growth of our company. So over the next few years, we are investing very much on farming and forestry. We are developing a constellation of satellites to provide data for farmers and for forest managers around the world. We are starting our VDES service. That's our plan over. So we have 2 satellites to launch with VDES payloads for the maritime service, not only to track ships, but also to actually manage, to help manage the shipping industry. And then, of course, we are working on weather and climate. Our team in Gothenburg and the team in Uppsala are actually working with the European Space Agency on the Arctic weather constellation. So this is about monitoring our climate much better than what we are doing right now, being able to forecast much better the weather. And what we see is a growth of not only our baseline business, and you can see in there in the salmon, the pink salmon color, but where we see quite a lot of more growth for the company is in our space data as a service and in the weather and climate. Those areas will drive quite a strong growth over the next few years, but our baseline business, selling products, selling components, selling satellites, will continue to grow over the next few years. We see a great future for this technology. So the key takeaway is we are operating on a market that is growing very fast. We are a company that has the technology and it has the knowledge and the experience to address that market. And we see a very strong growth in space data requirements. And that will drive us to actually grow our space data as a service business. So we are on the way to become a world leader in data and services from space, and I would like to invite you and others to actually join us in that journey. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Louis. Please step into the center here. Last year, I think it was last year, your colleague Per Arniansson was here and presented. And he mentioned your expansion project.
Yes.
How is that going? I'm curious.
So that is going well. So we are now starting phase 3A. So we still have one phase to go. But so we are working with ISA and with our other partners to actually develop new services from satellites. And in that process, actually build a constellation of 10 satellites based on that project. So it's going well.
So how many satellites do you have in orbit right now? And what are you looking at? How many do you think you'll be having in, let's say, 5 years?
So we as a company, we own 4 satellites. We have built about 30 satellites and launched them over the years, but we own 4 that we have now. We have another 8 for our own constellation to launch in the next, till beginning of 2024, end of 2023. We expect to grow that by another 20 satellites over the next few years after 2024. So the constellation will be a constellation around 30 satellites, 28 satellites in the next few years. So that's our expectation.
Right. Well, thank you very much and best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we move on to a second partner presentation. It's my pleasure to introduce Adam Kostial, who is head of European listings at Nasdaq, and he will talk about the leading European, well, what you do in Europe, basically. So you have the floor.
Thank you. So great to be here. I believe I have a box here. So I'll try to give you an update on what's happening on our end and what we're seeing in the market on an overall perspective. And when we say Europe, of course, we run and operate the Nordic markets in primary, all the exchanges except for Oslo, and on which we then have the main market and First North. And then in Europe, we also have European companies wanting to access the US. So we have roughly 250 companies that are listed or dual listed in the US, from Israel, from Germany, and many other countries. And of course also from the Nordics. Last year, this year rather, we focused on the Polestar listing, and then we had Calliditas dual listing, and there's been a number of them, a handful. But on an overall perspective, I would say the fact that less Nordic companies have access to the US markets is also a reflection of the strong dynamics that we have here in the Nordics in supporting companies with the public market. So it's great to see and today and listen to so much of the innovation that's being financed and supported by the public markets through our platform. And this presentation that we have here will focus on an overall picture, but also go into more depth on Nasdaq First North. And in case you want this presentation, then don't hesitate to reach out. I'm sure Naventus will distribute it, but we also have it on our website because we feel that many of the companies that are listed with us spend a lot of time trying to explain to international investors what this market is about, because they're not seeing something like this in the rest of Europe. And that's what I will talk a bit about today. So we have a unique financial ecosystem, and although First North is the same structure, same platform across the Nordic market, Stockholm is, without a doubt, unique. And this is not unique on a Nordic level, it's unique on a European level. And this is something I would like to address. So again, it's not about Nasdaq here, it's about the ecosystem around the platform. Everything from the advisors, the entrepreneurs, the owners, the investors, etc., which has really created a dynamic where basically our platform is outperforming year on year, even in more turbulent times such as these. If you look at the numbers, it's fascinating to see overall how the Nordics market perform on an overall return on equity. Large part of this is reflected in the fact that so many of the companies or so much of the growth is in the equity markets. Whilst in many other markets, if you compare the numbers with Germany, for example, last year, when we listed close to 200 companies in the Nordics last year, Germany listed 24. Now, you could argue, why is that? Well, fundamentally, our ecosystem is able to support so many of the smaller, mid-size innovative companies that want to access the public markets, and that is not happening in the rest of Europe. So again, this is a reflection of the dimension of the activity that we're seeing across Europe and why we continue to outperform in terms of number of listings. So if you look again, the Nordics is the most active ECM platform in Europe. It was last year for sure. It overall represented 28% of the total capital raised in Europe. And we continue to be the most active platform. And when I measure activity, it's the number of companies that we're able to support. And again, there's a lot of focus on IPO, but equally important is the fact that we're supporting companies on an ongoing basis. Even more important in these uncertain times, the ability for companies to raise capital on an ongoing basis through our platform. So this is really where we see how the Nordic markets is a fantastic platform. We are committed to supporting growth and innovation through our growth platform, and we want to be a provider to small, medium-sized companies. That is our edge, and that's where we want to stay focused on. Many other markets are shying away from this because they see this as risk, they see this as a concern, they feel that maybe smaller innovative companies should not be listed, etc. We see it on the contrary. We see that this is a fantastic platform, and it's great that companies have a choice to access the public markets or to finance alternatively outside. So again, we are focused on this. We're extremely proud of this phenomenon, and we want to continue investing in it. And as I mentioned, the Nordics, just to give you the dimension, we have, these are the 2021 numbers, but just to give you a dimension in terms of the number of listed companies in First North, in total, it's closer to 580 right now, so we've had a number of activities. I'll come back to that. But 425 at the end of the year, last year, 2021, were listed on Sweden, on the Swedish market, compared to our Nordic markets, which remains relatively small. So we're seeing more and more Nordic interest to access our Stockholm market. The fact that we've been able to list so many companies has also created an ecosystem around in terms of advisory, in terms of research, coverage, investor, etc. So overall, I would say we are on the right track to building a very active market. And who would have said that we, from a First North point of view, would have had more companies on First North than on main market, where we are today. And keep in mind, 110 companies approximately have gone from First North to main market, which again has been a fantastic source of growth for our main market, and also a fantastic ability for companies to be supported in the life cycle of being able to access more and more investors by transitioning from First North to First North Premier to the main market. So I mentioned number of IPOs, number of listings. We measure all listings either without a capital raise. Many companies do a capital raise beforehand, then access the platform for trading. We had SPACs last year, etc. Capital raised last year was 13.5 billion. Capital raised together with secondaries or additional capital raised on the platform, close to 34 billion. Fantastic number. I'm more impressed by the second number than the first, but it's great to see that we've had a continuous flow of activity throughout the years and the ability to support and finance so much of the innovation and growth that is taking place in our markets. The stepping stone model is something we feel very confident that this is the right model and we want to continue investing in. It's the ability for companies not only to support them with access to capital, but the ability to grow with the platform. The ability to take step by step as they're developing their commercial model, and they're also developing the governance structure around their commercial model to reflect that by accessing more and more investors by taking step-by-step approach from First North to First North Premier to main market, I think is the right way to go. And of course, we could see now that with 425 companies on First North, there is room to start looking at segmentation and further diversification on First North to highlight the companies in a better way. So we are looking into that going forward. Today, as I mentioned, at the half-year line of 2022, we have 568 companies. We have 52 international companies. We're seeing more and more international interest for what is going on here. They're seeing their peers in various sectors listing. It's not taking place in their local markets. Therefore, they are now approaching us and approaching advisors and approaching their peers to understand what does the Stockholm work, why would the Stockholm market be relevant for them? And potentially we're now seeing more and more interest from German companies and from other companies in various regions looking to list here in Stockholm. We are appreciative of that. We see that this would be a great development for our market. It's not about the number of companies, it's about the focus of getting the right companies to list here. We feel that Stockholm has the ability to become more of an international marketplace, and we would love to see that development. At the end of the day, we're supporting the Nordic markets, but we would love to see the Nordic market be relevant in other contexts as well. And we're focusing on the DACH region in particular. You look at the DACH region again, the fact that Germany only listed 24 companies last year, many of these significantly larger companies, means that many of the smaller mid-sized companies are not able to access the growth platform that First North could mean for them. And that's why we're seeing an increased interest. Again, we look at these numbers in different ways, but at the end of the day, I don't have that slide here, I believe, but I think the slide which I think is very relevant is that this is risk capital. There's a lot of writing in the media about the development of First North companies and growth companies overall. My reflection on that is that it's a misguided dialogue. Because at the end of the day, this is about risk capital. It's about investors understanding that they're supporting companies at earlier stages through the public markets. It means that more investors can have access to that innovation or financing that innovation. All innovation does not succeed. All innovation is not a home run from day one. And it does not mean that if a company lists with us, that they're a mature company with a stable growth model. On the contrary, this is about supporting companies with risk capital to support innovation through the public markets and making it more accessible. Risk is either comes with failure or success and takes time to evolve. Any misguided perception about measuring growth on a short-term basis is a misguided dialogue, in my view. And from that perspective, we're extremely proud that we're able to support companies innovate. And some companies will succeed, some companies will fail, some companies will evolve, will take longer time to evolve. But that's the nature of risk capital. And that's why we feel comfortable that what we are doing is the right thing. And that's why we want to be a provider to these growth companies. And we've seen the evolvement. And it's a fantastic involvement. And of course, what we're seeing now is the interest and the appetite has grown to invest in First North. Of course, the last year has slowed down. We're seeing a market which is much more or less dynamic, of course, because of geopolitical and market environment. But overall, we're seeing also that more and more there's an appetite amongst investors to engage with the public markets now because they're seeing valuations correct and potentially seeing an opportunity to step in. So from that perspective, we see a continued environment which is reflective of the trading activity that we have seen grown over the last few years. And this again reflects that the benefit of having First North on our overall platform means that First North is just a segment on the overall infrastructure, which means that the larger trading community can access our platform. It is CCP cleared, meaning that if you are an international trader today, you're not taking counterparty risk. You are just taking the risk of a clearinghouse, which means that there's a lot more safety and security, and that's why we're seeing a lot more international participation on the First North platform, both from an investor point of view, but from a trading point of view as well. And from an ESG point of view, just to round off, it is becoming an increasing topic, as we all know. It's typically been guided towards larger companies, but we feel that it is a relevant opportunity for our smaller mid-sized companies. And therefore, it's important that we as a company or as a platform help companies guide them towards what they can do within ESG. So these are a number of areas where we are working on the ESG. We encourage you to reach out so that we can work with you and identify how we can support you. One thing that we launched last year is the ability to position yourself as a Nasdaq Green Equity. If you feel that this could be relevant, please do reach out to us. Let us have a dialogue. We have 10 companies today that are Nasdaq Green Equity, and we see an increased appetite. It's a clear way for you to send a message to the market that you are in fact a green company, not only that you're providing a green service. And you see the reach in terms of ESG investment. This is one of the unique aspects of our market, that we have more and more ESG capital, and therefore the ability to position yourself towards these investors in a clear way is a missed opportunity if you don't take it on. Good. I feel that I'm at the end of the speak. So thank you very much. Don't hesitate to reach out for this presentation if you want it, and reach out to us if there's anything we can do to help you and support you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. Please stay for one question.
Yes.
So you mentioned and you stated very clearly that the First North is a unique platform.
Yes.
So, but how can other markets in the world learn from this and develop in the same manner? Because we do need more risk capital into innovations, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're not standing here saying that First North is perfect by any means, but we're a reflection of the ecosystem that is here in Stockholm, which is punching above its weight on a global basis. Keep in mind, we've done 54 listings this year so far in the Nordics. US has done 84. It's the unique ability to support smaller, mid-sized companies. Larger companies have alternatives, smaller companies do not. And therefore, we feel that this platform should be a continued investment. We spend a lot of time in Brussels talking about why the Swedish market has evolved. There will be a listing act coming up from the EU on the 7th of December, which again will provide additional benefits for growth markets such as First North. So we're eagerly awaiting to see what will come out of this. And again, a lot of the initiatives have been based on the success from the Stockholm market, but we don't want to just stand on our heels based on the success, but we want to continue see improvements for the ability for smaller companies to access capital. At the end of the day, we're just part of the ecosystem. It's not about only the exchange alternative. It's about making sure that the exchange is a relevant alternative, and then it's up to the company to choose which way to go.
Well, thank you very much
Thank
indeed,
you.
Adam. Thank you. And now we move on to a panel discussion. And it's my pleasure to welcome 3 speakers here up on to the panel. Niklas Folin, partner at Zettervalls. Please join me here, Niklas, and take a seat. Give him a warm hand, please. Håkan Sjögren, Managing Director Listings at Nasdaq. Please join me. Håkan. And also David Wendel, CEO at First Venture. Please take a seat.
Thank you.
The global economy, of course, is in a tough situation currently. We all know that, and there are reasons to state that's the case. So against this backdrop, we're now going to talk about which ones will thrive on the markets that we currently face, the situation, because we have higher interest rates, we have rising energy costs. We're very much aware of this, and we also have, of course, a surging inflation. So. The tech sector that we're focusing on today is, of course, not immune against these global statements that we just had. So we need to continue the investments in the tech companies. That's what we're here. We need to focus on innovation, of course, and green transition, like we've mentioned here many times already, and digitization, of course, that continues to be very important. So. Again, the question here, the first question to you is, which companies will thrive in this new global context? Would you like to start, please?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as a lawyer, I speak to my clients, tech clients, regarding these matters regularly, and of course they have different sort of experiences as regarding the new economy and the present situation. I mean, there are of course companies that thrive in this and have a very strong business also going forward and see opportunities in this situation. We talked a little bit about this before, but I think the main difference now, the mega trends, they have been there for a while now, and they're continuing. They're almost accentuating, and the companies that are able to build their business in relation to these mega trends and building solutions in relation to the mega trends and the big needs, they are the ones that we will be able to be more successful, I think. And that's what I see as well. But obviously, it's a difficult situation regarding the sort of financing and the sort of interest rates and the monies. But I think otherwise, as a lawyer, perhaps the main drivers are still there for the fundamentals.
Thank you very much. And over to you, Håkan. What is your take? You have a different perspective.
Of course I have, but at the same time, I mean, everything happened so quick. I mean, everything turned upside down in such a short time. So companies that were more or less having free money, all of a sudden have to pay a lot of it to get it again. And I mean, remember last year, companies said that came to us, we don't raise more than this because we don't need more money for the moment. And now it costs 20% if you want it guaranteed or something and pay with shares. So it's a totally different ball game we are facing right now. And so I think you need to be aware, very alert, listening to what is happening the whole time. And maybe I think what we have seen now also that is these tech companies, they need to focus less on just growth and more to at least have some revenues as well and go for that lane instead of growing it super big without any revenues.
So again, from your perspective, which companies will be able to thrive in this
The
situation?
companies that are that are not just pushing the growth of the company also need to take care of their revenues, and I think that a sort of business model is to have recurring revenues and coming in all the time and start to make money from day one. Let's say so.
Which of course is easier said than done.
It is easier said than done, but we have seen the opposite many times as well.
We have indeed. Yeah. So David, from your perspective, which companies will thrive, and just your overall view of the situation, please?
Well, this really is the million-dollar question, especially for early-stage investors like me. Literally, my job is finding these companies and then betting on them.
That's why you're here.
Yes. And the way I look at this is tech, the way we look at tech today probably has about 30 years of development since 1990 approximately. And when this kind of technological development started, everything was new. And then tech could be used for simplifying processes, reducing labor and automation, digitalization. We've been doing that for 30 years, and we've been doing it really good. I mean, companies like Google, Spotify, Amazon, Meta, all of these companies have used technology to simplify processes that were previously it wasn't possible to kind of digitalize this. But we've been doing that for 30 years. We will keep on doing that to some extent, but just having a business idea that evolves around digitalizing a manual process, it's not going to be as attractive to investors or the market. So then what will be the big thing? Well, I think we need to look at the big problems that we're having. And of course, health is a major one. Physical health is at a historical low. Both. I mean, physical health with diabetes, with obesity. We see life expectancies decreasing for the first time in human history. This is a huge problem. Mental health as well. It's never been as big, and it's never affected children and kids even to the extent it is today. Partly driven because of social media, but a global society kind of drives these forces. And human health, I mean, this is our species. If we can't manage to have a well functioning species, we're not going to thrive. So that's a huge problem. And obviously the big one, sustainability. We all know why. We all know the targets, carbon neutrality 2050, etc. But from my point of view as an investor, those are the companies that are the most interesting because they can use tech to actually solve these big problems. And the closer we get to 2050, the more funds will go into this, the more need we will have for these products and services. So really I see a big shift. We're in the middle of this right now where tech for the sake of tech has been really great for 30 years. But if you fast forward 30 years, that's not going to be enough. You need something more. And then we're talking about the ESG factors. That's really where tech can do the most good.
Well, thank you, Håkan. You're nodding. Would you like to add?
I'm happy to hear what you say because I think exactly what you say. I mean, tech for tech's sake has been very good for a while, but I think now it's all these ESG questions coming up to the surface, and the companies need to think about that, whatever they're doing, and if these tech companies can focus on something regarded to this, and also with the health part, I think that's extremely good, and I think that's what the investors want.
We do.
Yeah, nice to hear.
So, business model-wise, what will the business models look like that will succeed in this field? Any of you?
I can start. I think before like business model and strategy talk, I think again it boils down to this: what is our mission? What is our purpose? Because strategy and business model, that's just really a roadmap and a plan to the end goal and whatever that is. And so I think most companies, all tech companies especially, need to have this kind of why are we doing this? And it sounds a bit vague maybe talking about a purpose and a mission, but again, look at Google. Most people just think of it as a search engine, but if you listen to interviews with Larry or Sergey or the early investors in Google, what they said was we have a mission. We want to categorize and make information accessible, regardless of whether it's a book or it's a movie with YouTube or pictures or whatever it is. We want to gather everything and make it accessible. That's our mission. Everyone should have access to information. And that is a purpose-driven company, and I mean, the result is quite clear. So I think most companies need to start with that. It's very easy to start talking about, okay, so what should the business model be? Should we be pay-per-use? Should we have some sort of subscription? But what's the end goal? Why are you doing this? And why is your customers willing to pay for this at the end? And a lot of the companies that I meet, they have great ideas about the business model and the strategy, but they should really start with the why in this. I think it's a lot of companies are missing it. They have it deep down, but they haven't really vocalized it yet.
Thanks for pointing this out. I actually had the pleasure of interviewing the Google sustainability chief of sustainability in Sharm el Sheikh now at COP27, and it's very clear that they're adding the layer of ESG and very specifically, I'd say, reduction of climate gases in their business models and just making it easier for people to navigate in these topics. So this is clearly a filter that's, well, we need this filter to be able to come to a safe place for humanity. So from your perspective, business model-wise, as a lawyer, that's a bit of a different angle. So what is your perspective, please?
As a lawyer, I don't really care.
Don't really care. Well, that's true.
No, but I think the discussions I have with my clients are focusing on what the problems are, and I can see a clear trend that the ones that have customers who are willing to pay for the product or services at an early stage. To a stage where it's sustainable for their business. I mean, the whole shift from growth-based to revenue-based. I mean, the ones who have nailed that down, they're in a very good position because they're not as dependent on the investment, and they can also show that they're going to be profitable. So I think that's a clear, but that's also kicking in open doors. I think saying that you need paying customers, but it's more of a focus on that now, and the ones who do, they will be able to. I think in this shift. Some die and some will be able to gain from that, and I think those who have that position will be able to build on that. I already see clients who have had a hard time filling vacancies for a number of years, and all of a sudden they have no problems at all because the human resources are out there. There are other instances where the sort of current stress on the situation where my clients see that this creates a lot of opportunities for those who are well positioned for it, and I think that's going to be sort of the strategy going forward. But obviously, I mean, you need paying customers at the end, and the earlier you have that, I think the easier it is to build on that, and also perhaps from an investor side, I assume.
Yes.
Thank you. Would you like to add, Håkan?
No, but it's a little bit what I said in the first part that trying to get revenues as early as possible and not just focusing on growth, I think will be very important. And then, I mean, also for the company itself to focus on this ESG thing. I think this diversity things, for example, which will be extremely important. And I see from our company, we're working with that the whole time from the US, which is super big. And we have all these sessions where, I mean, the company itself really focus on being a very diverse and open-minded company, which will attract also both investments and also good talent and maybe to drive the company forward with people want to get there.
Mm-hmm. Well, the latest measurements, we are lagging in Sweden, but it comes to diversity big time. And the US is way ahead.
Yep.
That's for sure. So when it comes to talent,
Can I
Yes, please.
just add? I think we should also remember that it's not only going to be sort of the investors and the business driving the ESG. It's also going to be the regulators. We already see that, especially from the EU, and that's going to be another sort of push factor that goes along. And that's more from my side as a lawyer too. So if we see where the regulations will come in, they're not fully there yet, but we can start seeing the threat of regulation already pushing the business side.
so when it comes to talent, you touched on this before. There is scarcity of talent when it comes to tech in many fields, right? And we also see the lack of engineers, we see the lack of programmers, and there is a big gap in the Swedish Näringsliv's big measurement, the latest one. There is a huge gap when it comes to these types of professions. So how do you think this will affect innovation in tech, and how do we sort of bridge this gap? Do you have any ideas here? Because this is going to be a problem in the not very far future.
I think it's a problem already. I mean, at the end, it's the people making the change. It's not the tech. It's not the money. It's the people that facilitate the tech and build it. And we've had some positive from the legal or policymaker side incentives for personnel to kind of come to Sweden and make this happen. But it is tricky. I think ESG is part of the answer, just looking at the younger generation graduating from university now. If you look at all the surveys they make of recent graduates, the focus on ESG, diversity and purpose overall, it's bigger than it's ever been before. And again, I think from a company's point of view, previously we talked about attracting capital and funding, but attracting talent, I think it's kind of the same answer. If you have that purpose, if you're willing to stand for something, then you might lose some, but you will definitely win the attention of others. And maybe it could even be reflected in compensation. If you're willing to work for something you believe in, you might not need as much pay. So even from a financial point of view, it could make a lot of sense. I think ESG is really a big factor in attracting talent.
It's a push and a pull.
Yeah, definitely.
Håkan, would you like to add?
But it's, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right in this. Then, I mean, I see also with especially after the pandemic, people have started to work from everywhere. So, I mean, to attract somebody to a Swedish company, this person doesn't have to sit, I mean, in Stockholm like it used to be, or whatever, in Sweden. So I guess we can work in a different way nowadays as well.
From my perspective, I'd also like to add that we really need to push for the stronger focus on science in terms of education, in terms of getting students to actually apply for these courses, because there is will be a big problem otherwise.
Yeah.
So we did talk a little bit about policy before, but what is your take on policymakers and also stock market stakeholders' ability really to foster innovation in this bear market that we are in? Would you like to start?
I think there's already, I mean, from a policy side at least, there's a huge focus from the EU, from Sweden on innovation. I mean, the EU is talking about the digital decade, and that's going to result in a lot of regulation, of course, but also opportunities from that. I think one big focus in tech is going to be the focus on big tech, which has been pushing innovation, but also hindering competition to some extent. And my take on that is we'll likely see some part of that being decreased. I think there's going to be a bigger opportunity for sort of mid-sized tech companies to compete on a more level playing field on the upcoming EU regulation. I might be wrong on that, because they said that about Microsoft in the 90s as well, and we see where they stand now. But that's the intention, at least. I think that's going to be part of driving sort of innovation, both by sort of regulating the markets and the big actors, but also sort of pushing for ESG and sustainability and sort of sustainable digital solutions as well.
And there is also suggestions of standardization. I'm just looking at the charger perspective that was just going to be in position in place soon. That's just a very strong directive that really transforms the playing field for many actors in the tech field, right?
Yeah.
Anything else coming up there, you think?
I think the big, from my perspective, is going to be data and data management and data standardization, and we're not there yet. I think it's easier to standardize a charging adapter than standardizing handling of data, and it's been an issue. I mean, the GDPR has been a first step in standardizing data, and that's brought quite a burden on the companies, and I think. Obviously, there's going to be a huge need to standardize the solutions for compliance as well, and standardize the solutions that opens up the data use. And there are intentions on the regulations, the Data Governance Act and the Open Data Act and things like that. But it's more complex and it's more difficult. And I think the intentions behind the regulations have not been realized fully. And I don't see that there's going to be this watershed moment where all data is going to be possible to use freely, and so there are still a lot of thresholds in that market. But they're going there. The intentions behind the regulators are there. They want to open up data. They want to create a level playing field for, in the EU at least, for a digital market. And I think that's going to affect the tech. And that's the intention behind that is to facilitate and make it easier to create good products, good services that reach these ESG goals.
Mm. Well, thank you. But as from an investor perspective, how do you sort of stay on top of this? Because it's not easy. This is a big legislative field that's sort of somewhere out there. So how do you sort of brace yourself and stay ahead and maybe have a sense of what might be going on in terms of where to invest?
Well, luckily for us, we've been working with this and being a green fund for the past 17 years. So for us specifically, it's not that big of a deal. We've been doing this for.
So you advise, of course, your customers or clients in this?
Yeah, definitely, and the portfolio companies as well. I mean, it's more we're working with early stage, so it's everything from pre-revenue to post, of course. But I think it's for the companies, they need us in a lot of different ways. But one is kind of guiding them in this. They have their eyes on developing the tech that they have and making the most out of the current flow that they're having, and our job is really to make them understand the whole picture. They're developing this within their own little world, but we live in the same world, all of us, and we need to understand the macro trends and where everything is going, everything from policy making to just general trends. So a lot of our job is helping the companies really lifting their eyes and understanding where everything is heading. And I think to kind of answer the question again, what is investors in general, what is going on and how do you adapt to this new climate? If we look at the numbers for investments in European companies this year, it's if we take Q3 as an example, we saw that it's 40% less than 2021, total investments in European tech companies. And it's the same pattern if you look at Americas or in Asia. So total investments down 40%, which is, of course, drastic. It's affecting a lot of the technological developments. But on the positive side, if you dig down in the numbers and really search for what is happening here and what is the investors actually doing, sectors like health and sustainability, they see an increased investment volume. But, well, tech for tech's sake, to use that term, they're seeing a drastic change. So investors are already acting on this, partly because of, well, policy making. We have the taxonomy coming and people are preparing for all of this. But I think it's also a change in investors' beliefs. We want to do something good, not only investing for the sake of investing in something that will make us money, but if we can do good and make money at the same time, why not do it?
So why do you think this is the case in terms of values being more put where you put your money?
Because we must do it. We only have one planet, and I mean, we will reach a point where investments in good ideas won't be enough. We're not there yet, but if we act now, we can actually have a big positive change, all of us. I mean, for me, I don't develop anything. I don't have one single device that can save the world, but hopefully through funding these great entrepreneurs and these great ideas, I could be part of actually doing something good. And I think a lot of investors, they start seeing this now, that we can do something good. And again, investors like myself, we're in this to make money. This is not a charity. We want to return as much money as possible to our investors. But with the mega trends that we're seeing, with all the new policies that are coming out in legislation, everything is being pushed to this. Just looking at the taxonomy, the two main reasons behind the EU's taxonomy is channeling funds into sustainable businesses and to avoid greenwashing. And if a powerful organ or institution like the EU is forcing money into this, what will happen to valuations? So even a cynical, no good do investor sees this as the best opportunity right now.
Thank you for pointing this out so clearly. Håkan, what is you look like you're
I'm
nodding,
happy
but
to hear, but and it's a little bit like this is what every company has to adapt to it in some way, and it's difficult, of course, for the companies that you're talking about, pre-revenue, small ones, to be able to focus on it. So they need, of course, to get help somewhere as well, so they can navigate the jungle, because it is a thing. I mean, look at every company now is hiring sustainability officers, and it's a whole, more or less a department of people working with this, because they realize we can't only live of this product or whatever we are doing. So, I mean, we're going to get there, and I think it will be a big part of the economy going forward. But just see the clock is ticking down. But actually, it's the future for the tech companies anyway nowadays, because we're going to IPO a new company on First North next week. 250 million Swedish kroner, deep tech. So that's good.
That's good.
There's a bright future. We hope so.
good, bright future, saving the planet and making money and using tech. Why not? Well, thank you so much for joining us here on this panel talk. Thank you so much. All right. So now we move on to a third partner presentation. This time it's from Deloitte. Esther Sundström, who's Partner Risk Advisory. And the topic is the tech industry solving the right problems? Please join me here, Esther, and give her a warm hand.
My name is Esther Sundström, and I'm a partner at Deloitte, working primarily with risk management with IT and technology in different shapes and forms. And I'm also the lead for our Fast 50 program that we have within Deloitte globally. I will today walk you through a little bit about what we've seen in the list that we produce every year, some trends that we see in that as well, and general themes that we see coming up in the tech industry. So, the list then that we present, called Fast 50, we presented it last week for this year, and we did it in 4 webcasts that can be found on fast50.se, where we have a lot of guests in our programs, both from the actual companies being on the list, but also with experts that we interact with that can talk about the business as such. And the theme for this year's webcast was the same that will be for the talk today, which is the tech industry solving the right problems? And this is important from 2 aspects, I think. First of all is, as we've heard in the panel just now, also around that going into this recession that we're now entering, or this economic downturn, we will expect people to be more diligent in the way that they use their money. We will see people, when they have less disposable income, to think a lot about their priorities as such. So we can't have, as we heard, tech for the tech's sake. It needs to solve real problems for us. And if I look at my use of tech, sure, I have to a certain degree things that I use on a regular basis that I need to have in my life. The way that I operate the carpool that I'm using, or the banking services that I use on a regular basis. But there's also the occasional nice to have. Like, for example, picking up my dry cleaning and then dropping it off, even though I have a dry cleaning facility on my street. And if I'm honest, also spending quite a bit of time watching funny cat videos online. So what we see now going into this is that tech companies will have to solve real problems, not build on hype. Secondly, a common piece of advice that a lot of tech entrepreneurs get is solve a problem you have yourself, because chances are that you will see other people having similar problems as well. Well, if we look at that, we also know that recent statistics and the statistics over the past years have shown that the the venture capital money flowing into companies founded by women has been around 1 to 2% globally. In Sweden, it's been around 1%. And I saw recent statistics last week showing that it's probably actually dropped from 1% to 0.5% over 2021 in Sweden. And we also know that the general representation of people of color in this industry is quite low. So the diversity in general is not very good. So given that, whose problems are actually getting solved? And what does that mean for the future of tech and the future of tech in our society if we are serious with that we think that tech is an integral part and should also represent our whole communities? So I'll come back to this question throughout these coming minutes. So first of all, a little bit about the Deloitte Sweden technology. So it's the ranking of the fastest growing tech companies or technology companies, and it's based on the revenue increase over the past 4 years. And here on the slide, you also see some of the companies that have been on the list previously. So some of them are very recognizable and have done very well for themselves over the past years. So the list is then based on the revenue growth over the past years, as I mentioned. So that means that for this year, it's between the years of 2018 to 2021. So who showed up on the list? If we look at the 3 winners, or the 3 top positions this year, if we start at number 3, we have Goodbye Kansas, working in film and gaming and TV in different ways. Place 2 is Vakanta, who's actually the 2nd year in a row that they end up on 2nd place. And they're an online platform for finding consultants and managing contingent workforce. And on position number 1, we have Info Solutions, who is a medtech company working with communication between labs and different healthcare providers. And they were actually key in the pandemic and working with the testing, the COVID testing, where they received the trust from the Public Health Agency to scale the COVID testing and increase the pace of getting the results back. So that is actually a big reason for the very high numbers that you see on there as well. So a few trends on this. First of all, it's record-breaking. The growth numbers that we've seen have been truly amazing over this year. We can also see that, of course, this is very much fueled by low interest rates and good access to capital as well. So also did not see very much of a COVID hit, for example. Actually, many tech companies seem to have thrived when we actually moved to more technology-based ways of communicating and running our businesses. Another trend that we also see is an increasing number of companies showing up on the list from green tech and from medtech. I'm not going to go through them in detail, but if you look at the environmental technology side of things, there's a lot around solar energy and solar power. There's also quite a bit about charging cars, electrical cars in a good way, which we also saw on last year's list. If we look at the medtech side, kind of the healthcare and life science, you see Info Solutions, like I mentioned. We also have companies that connects the patients with the different caregivers and medical specialists, and also some deep kind of data and managing of really rare diseases as well in this. So more kind of science or connected to lab work. So talk about solving problems, huh? And I think that we've seen some of them thriving from the pandemic, as I mentioned, but we also see, I think the green tech companies will also kind of walk into the perfect storm around this time, looking at the energy prices going up, etc. So never waste a good crisis, I guess, is what we'll see going forward. And speaking of crisis then, looking at what I mentioned earlier, that we see a lack of diversity among tech companies around the numbers of investments going into that. We have also seen over the past years there's been one female CEO on the list. Different companies every year, but always one female CEO. But as it turns out, we see that the numbers of employees, female employees and leaders in the tech industry actually is increasing. And we have statistics showing that it will be around 30% in coming years. And why am I then pointing out these companies on the screen now? It's because they had recently had significant layoffs. So this means that there will be more talent floating around, coming from big tech industries with a lot of competence, great networks, going into the, or at least being able to hire for the more nimble and fast-moving tech companies. And it also means that a lot of people with great network that will come together and form new companies, at least there's the potential for that as well. So, to summarize, a little bit around, are we solving the right problems? What can we see around this? Well, there's probably a lot of untapped potential because we know that diverse teams performs better. And if we can see a greater increase of diversity in our teams working within the tech industry, there should also be new ventures that we can find as an industry rather than being tech for tech's sake. And I think also we can see that there really are real problems to be solved. We heard that also in the panel discussion just now. And there are real talented people trying to crack them. And I think that with the trends that we've seen in both green tech and in med tech, we see that there are solutions that can have a really big impact on our future. So I'll wrap up there, and please visit fast50.se, the whole list of companies you'll find there. You'll also find the webcasts and looking into our guests that we have there. And of course, also you're welcome to contact me on LinkedIn, and I'll also be around for lunch. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Esther. Please stay for a question here. There is an audience here in the room, and we have many more watching online. What would be your call to action to the investors present online and here physically when it comes to diversity? Because we know that diversity is key to solving all problems, not just from one perspective. So what would be your call to action?
Yeah, and I think quite often, at least I hear a lot of comments around, well, we can't find the companies, or there are no companies, or we don't find the kind of the females or the people of color working with this. And I would challenge that actually. That probably means that you need to broaden your network, you need to look elsewhere, and you might need to have another lens than what you've had previously. Because there definitely are companies that are more diverse and that have that type of background. And I also would assume just simply support women and support people of color coming into the industry and make sure that they get the network and the kind of the connections walking in that others maybe already have from university or from other types of communities.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Esther.
Thank you.
And now we need to recharge. It's time for lunch, and we meet back again at 1:45. So enjoy. Welcome back. Please take your seats. Hope you enjoyed the lunch break. The first company to present now is Insplorion. And Insplorion works within five areas: battery, air quality and hydrogen sensors, as well as MPS-based research equipment. And it's my pleasure now to welcome Per Gilliam, who is CFO, and he's ready here to step up on stage. Give him a warm hand.
Thank you for that introduction. Today I represent Insplorion as CFO, and it's a pleasure to be here. I will talk to you about what we do to accelerate the transition to a sustainable future. I will go through the hydrogen outlook. I will talk a little bit about our solution, our products in the field, and also I will summarize with giving some reasons as to why invest in Insplorion. But first, let's start with some basics. We are a Gothenburg-based company with 16 FTEs. Since the beginning of last year, we're listed at Nasdaq First North. Prior to that, we were listed at Spotlight since 2015. We were founded as a spin-off from Chalmers back in 2010. And some of the founders is actually still active in the company, Elin Langhammer. And the core technology for us is what we called nanoplasmonic sensing technology, NPS. And that is the core for our products. And simplified, one could say that that enables us to measure at the nano scale. Based on this technology, we have two active fields of business. And the first one is research instruments. Here's where we started. And here mainly the customers are universities and institutions. We have now most of our focus on the two most recent instruments, the M8 for battery research and the S2 for life science. And we have several products out there generating publications, creating knowledge and validate our technology. So the research instrument field is important for us. The other field is where we have the most of our focus at the moment. It's the development of the H2 sensors. Here we don't have a finished product, but we aim to develop the products with our customers to be able to launch that. I will talk more about this later on, but they are fast, specific, and has optical readout. And here is below on the slide, there are some of our collaboration partners, Chalmers, obviously, and Safran. Okay, I will just briefly talk about the instrument that is not our main focus, but like I said, it's a nice core where we started and a nice base in what we do. We have over 100 articles have been published, and that is a nice validation for the technology. And it also helps us when we discuss with customers. We also use these instruments in our in-house development of the H2 sensor, which is where we see the most potential for the company. And historically, it has mainly been universities, but now we see an increasing interest also coming in from the industry. Okay, so coming back to hydrogen, and we published earlier this year a revision to our strategy to focus primarily on hydrogen. And why is that? We are all aware that to meet future climate goals, there's a lot of things that need to be changed and done. And hydrogen is seen to have a vital role in this transition. And hydrogen has been used in the industry for a very long time, mainly as feedstock. But that has been hydrogen coming from natural gas and black or brown coal, often referred to as gray hydrogen or black. What we are talking about is green hydrogen. And green hydrogen has the ability to produce an energy carrier as hydrogen in a fossil-free way. So this is basically the solution to all our problems in the future. And one option to produce green hydrogen is via a process called electrolysis. So in an electrolyzer, you take a lot of electricity from green sources, such as wind, solar, or hydroelectrics. You split water into hydrogen and oxygen. And there are a lot of numbers to discuss in how many millions, billions will be invested, but around $500 billion will be invested in the green hydrogen value chain by 2030. And there are a lot of projects running to be able to increase the capacity of the production up to 80 gigawatts by 2030. And in order to meet the net emission goals by 2050, that number, the 40 times the capacity of the current capacity, needs to be further increased by a tenfold. So it's a lot of numbers, a lot of billions will be invested. The really interesting stuff for us with all these numbers is that anywhere hydrogen is produced, stored, or used, sensors are needed. Mainly one could say that there are two bottlenecks when it comes to sensors, which creates the demand for us: safety and efficiency. And hydrogen is an explosive gas and very volatile and can penetrate through most materials. In case of a leakage or an incident, not only physical damage on human beings or property could occur, but also setbacks in the public perception of hydrogen as an energy carrier and the future solution. From an efficiency perspective, stopping operations or downtime could have negative impact on profitability. And profitability will be really important given all the investments done in the value chain of hydrogen. Okay, so how does our sensor work? Basically, we could say that we have a nanoscopic structure of nanodiscs on a transparent surface. And these discs consist of a palladium alloy. And the palladium will interact with the H2 molecules. And when we shine light through the sensing element, we're able to detect and quantify the changes via our optical sensor technology. One of our USPs is that we're able to create variations with these coatings and alloys. And then we're able to adapt to different sensor needs, which means we are able to fit throughout the value chain of hydrogen. This brings us to the benefits of our sensor. It's highly specific to H2 in presence of other gases, which might seem obvious, but it's not always that easy. It has a short response time, which makes it really fast. And if it's fast, you can have a quicker action, which will be important both on safety and efficiency. It has the ability with optical readout, which means we're able to separate the sensor from the electronics. Again, important both on safety and efficiency. And we can place the sensor in narrow spaces via the optical fibers. And flexible nanoscopic structure, I mentioned that earlier. By creating variations in coatings and alloys, we are able to adapt to different customer needs, because customers have a lot of different needs, and the need in one part of the value chain will not look the same as it does in another. Based on this, we have 3 product concepts. And the first one is leak detection. And as I mentioned, hydrogen is an explosive gas, so it will be important to measure leakages. And here it's often in low concentrations. In the middle, we have the process monitoring. Here we place the sensor in an actual gas flow. We have one for high pressure and one for low pressure. And then we have the last one with remote readouts, and here's where we utilize the ability with fiber optics. If we look at the competition, from an overview perspective, this is how we see it. And we can compare our technology with the most common ones out there. We see that only one more is specific to hydrogen, and some others are dependent on oxygen to work. Another challenge is lifetime, or the ability or the need to be calibrated every 3 to 6 months. Or you have to compensate between sensitivity and fast response time. And I know this is simplified, but talking to customers, we see that there's a lot of details in this, and details do matter, which brings us to our key priorities going forward. As I mentioned before, we have the 2 customer pilots running where we develop the H2 sensor. And it's really important for us that we are able to prove the technology in these projects and further projects moving on. Applications in focus, if we start with process monitoring, we tend to be as close as production as possible, simply because we are certain there will be a lot of production of green hydrogen, but more uncertain which end applications will reach the market and how long time it will take before they reach the market. And also, we are well aware, we're a team of 16 people. We are in need of a strong partner to help us take this all the way to the market. So that's also one of our focuses. Here's the team, and we see Johan Rask, our CEO, who started earlier this year. And also Elin Langhammer, the CTO, she is one of the founders. It's a nice combination of technical capabilities and commercial focus. Here's the board, spearheaded by Jonas Inger, and they provide us with a deep network and an extensive set of experiences. So, some key facts about Insplorion and why to invest in this company. It all based on hydrogen, and it's a large and rapidly growing field with major investments now and in the coming years. Sensors will be needed throughout the value chain, where it's produced, stored, or used. We have a unique and flexible technology with the potential to fit at different applications throughout this value chain. Know-how has been built up since 2010, and we have an experienced team at place. And the interest for Insplorion is already proven in these 2 customer pilots I mentioned before, We have positive voice of customer feedback, and we have ongoing instrument sales. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Per. A question when it comes to the materials that goes into your sensors. I think I'm correct when I say there is some rare minerals in terms of silver and gold. How is the price of your products affected by, well, what's going on now currently in the global market when it comes to inflation and elevated prices? How does that hit you?
That's a very good question, very relevant, and obviously we have a lot of materials which are will be affected by this. But currently, when we're in this development stage, we see that we're not that. It's not a huge risk as of now, as we see it.
When you look at the overall company, when it was founded, the technology it's based on, hydrogen was not as big as it is now. So how has this shift taken place? What has that done to the company structure in terms of this big shift now to focus on hydrogen and the sensors applied to hydrogen?
Yeah. In the beginning, we started with research instruments, and rather quickly it was commercialized and started selling to universities and stuff like that. But then it has always been interesting to elaborate on which other fields could be interesting. And we have been talking about battery sensors and air quality sensors. Now we are taking all that work we have done, and we see that in hydrogen, we have the strongest capabilities when it comes to technical, and also the market is ready and it's rapidly growing. So it makes sense that we take everything we have gathered and put it in this hydrogen field.
Well, thank you very much, Per, and best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next company to present is the LMK Group, and the group has been operational since 2008, and with a vision of simplifying everyday life by offering a large variety of inspiring meals delivered directly to the customer's front door. And today the group is a leading supplier of meal kits in the Nordic region and consider itself a leader in the Scandinavian food tech. So with us now we have Walter Kinman, please, your CEO. Please give him a warm hand.
Thank you, Katarina. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining me here today and everybody else. And if you're watching online, thanks for tuning in. My name is Walter Kinman. I'm going to talk a little bit about food, which after lunch is maybe fitting. We're going to talk about it from the perspective of technology today and how we use technology within our meal kit business. So to start with, a clicker that doesn't work. Let's try another one. There we go. To start with, what's the problem? The problem we're solving. The problem we're solving is really getting dinner on the table. Managing everything that goes into what it takes to put food on the table. To give variety, to give nutrition, to give inspiration, to give something that's tasty and also gathers people around the table. It's complicated. I think you know that. We want to put good food in front of every customer, every subscriber of our meal kit business, and at the same time we want to make sure that you're not wasting food. And there's a lot of different reasons why food goes to waste. It could be the taste, it could be that the materials aren't right, it could also be that it's the wrong proportions, or simply that you made too much. But putting food in the bin is against our principles. So, LMK Group is a leading supplier of meal kits in the Nordics. We see ourselves as a leader in food tech because of the way we use technology to make sure that we put good food on the table. We work with very strong local brands. So for those of you in Sweden and the Swedes here, you will know Linas Matkasse probably fairly well. We do about 40% of our business in Sweden. We do over 50% of our business in Norway with two brands, Godt Levert and Adams Matkasse. We also do the rest of our business in Denmark with Rätt Nemt. And basically, you could say our secret sauce is a custom-built, purpose-driven platform, technical platform that we built ourselves Basically, to meet what is a demand-driven business model, we have near zero inventory in our business model, and we also, as I mentioned, work with generating minimal food waste. We've been listed on the Nasdaq Stock Exchange since the First North Premier Growth Stock Exchange since March last year under the ticker LMKG. Really quickly in terms of the size of the business, last year we did 1.4 billion Swedish kronor in turnover. We generated about 93 million crowns in EBITDA profits. Today, if you look at the business, we have around 74,000 active customers. We reach over 80% of households in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, and we do it with about 400 employees. So when you think about the problem that we're solving, we're also actually tapping into several global trends. You know about the shift from offline to online. I'm not going to talk too much about that, other than that there's still room for growth in the Nordics. When we think about people's awareness of food-health relationships, we can see a lot of isms rising up. And it's really about this awareness about how what I eat and what my family eats affects my quality of life and also perhaps the planet. We see new convenience emerging out of this as well. We have very busy lifestyles. There's a lot of things happening, whether it's working hours, whether it's the commute, it's the active lifestyle, it's getting the kids to soccer practice, whatever it might be. Many are overscheduled and time squeezed. They need help. They need help to eat well and at a great price and with good nutrition. And then there's also a call for climate action. We've heard also already today about sustainability and ESG topics, but if you look at consumers, a large number of consumers would be willing to change their habits if it meant having an impact on the planet. A lot has happened in the last year as we've emerged from COVID. We're not going to talk a lot about the global and the markets that we're operating in. I'm going to focus on the technology. So if I think about, and we talk a little about what is a meal kit, what's the meal kit value chain? It goes around and around and around. Every single week we do this work of fulfillment in a meal kit space. And basically it all starts with recipe and ingredient planning. So planning is very important in our business. I'll come back to that. Customers order their meal kits. They do that online. It's a digital business model. Order processing happens after cutoffs where we order ingredients. We purchase everything. We purchase on demand. So we're not purchasing and taking risk in terms of perishable goods lying in inventory. We do our packaging in our own facilities. So we package all of the products and the ingredients that customers will use during the week in our facilities. We use third-party suppliers to deliver those to the customer. And then the customer has everything they need to cook the meal at home, all the recipes, all the instructions, all the ingredients, cook the meal at home, enjoy it, and spend time with family instead of running around figuring out what are we going to eat for dinner. We have a lot of data in our business, and basically the data analysis is a key part of the technology. So when we think about what we needed to do to drive this business, we actually decided that we were going to build our own technology. So we don't have any vendor solutions in our business. It gives us a lot of agility, it gives us a lot of speed. It helps us stay ahead and keep ahead of the market in terms of driving and innovating the service forward. It also gives us another advantage. We control our data. So we're not hostage to anybody out there or another vendor out there where we need to go do complex integrations to be able to access our data. That gives us a lot of flexibility when working with machine learning and AI models, that we can do that on our own. And we've built those competencies in-house. So let's take a look at the information flow to our suppliers. So when it comes to our suppliers, we actually, first of all, we prioritize close relationships with local suppliers. That's a priority because we need a lot of contact with them. We give them a lot of information through the process. This is really a demand-driven business model. Just-in-time inventory is important for us to make sure that we have what we need and we don't waste. So we actually start our forecasting models up to 6 months in advance. Proteins take a lot of time to develop, so we work with protein suppliers well in advance. 10 weeks ahead of time, we go out and we start talking specifically about what article we need and in what quantity with every single supplier. And we update them every single week up until the point where the customer actually places the order or the order is locked in our system. And then we place our orders. So we don't take that risk, which also means that we have near zero inventory in our process. We have strategic inventory, but we don't take risk with regards to perishable food items. And this leads to then a very low level of food waste in our operations. And meal kits are one of the most efficient ways in terms of food distribution to reduce food waste in the distribution flow. We then use also our technology for a very tailored experience. So what you eat and what I eat, they're completely different, probably. So what you want to order and what I want to order are going to be different. And this is really about then using our technology to have unique preferences for every customer. You enter your preferences and we give you a meal suggestion. We have the widest selection of recipes in this segment, in this category of meal kits. So in Sweden, we offer 80 recipes every week that customers can choose from. They don't have to, because part of what we do is convenience. They're going to get good food anyway if they don't change anything. But if they do want to change something, they've got a lot to choose from. We do this in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark with a lot of different recipes to choose from, which is enabled by the technology which is driving our platform. We have, you could say, we use AI modeling to actually personalize food suggestions as well. So one thing is what you get in your pre-selections, but maybe you are interested actually in something else. How would you like to improve your menu, or what tastes are you interested in this week? We use AI modeling to actually give that suggestion to customers, and in our A/B testing we've shown that this actually makes a difference in terms of using AI modeling versus using individuals that are selecting different recipes to show to customers. And then finally, we also use machine learning to actually do churn prediction and prevention modeling. So understanding when the customer is, because of their behavior or whatever it might be, are at a point where they're more vulnerable to cancel their subscription, we then have actions that we take based on machine learning that gives us the opportunity to retain that customer before they leave. That's all nice if you know, in a digital world, give customers anything they want, but we actually deliver a physical product. So the physical product delivery is also very much part of the technology that we work with. And when you think about this technology, we use a semi-automated, basically produce to order. It's 100% customer unique packing that we do. Every box is made to order. And this is done with off-the-shelf pick-to-light components that we have integrated with our platform to drive a very efficient production line that has the capability of producing every box that goes to every customer as a unique box. Within the arena of the production, we also use AI. We use advanced algorithms that actually help us. So we work with 250 to 300 different ingredients every single week. And how do you optimize different ingredients every week in a production environment so that you can give better quality, speed up and make it more efficient, the production line, as well as increase safety for our own employees. And basically, having an algorithm that's based on AI gives us the ability to distribute the workload more evenly across different picking stations. It reduces the walking time for employees, and then of course it also takes heavy items and puts them in a place on the line that reduces the strain and the wear and tear on our colleagues. So all important also in the production environment. We sew this all together with a very much focus on the customer and a customer-centric culture. So as we look at our organization, we actually have cross-functional squads that are championing these, what we want to call epic customer experiences. And these cross-functional squads, they work at orchestrating what is basically a customer journey across the different functions in a very complex business. The fact that we have our own in-house software and that we've developed this ourselves also gives us a fast mover advantage in this context, to be able to work with cross-functional teams with a focus on the customer. So just when you think about, okay, well, great, what's a customer experience? Well, you could say we sort of divide it into two domains. One is a digital experience, which you would know well when you manage our services on your app or your web browser, etc. The other is actually a very physical experience. On the digital side, we break this down into 2 squads. A conversion squad that's actually working on converting traffic to subscriptions. And then we also work with a retention squad, which is how do you manage the service? And is that working in such a way that you're a happy customer because it's effortless from managing the service perspective and that you stay as a customer? On the physical side, food is very important, of course. What you eat it will affect how you perceive the service. So having a good food experience is very important, but not just the food, it's also about the delivery. How did it come to your house? What did you see when you opened the box? That experience of receiving a physical product and then appreciating it. And finally, we also have an add-on squad. So we look also at how to make a premium experience. So if you want to add premium recipes because of more expensive ingredients or other types of complexities, then you can also get that on the add-on squad, or you can get groceries, or you can get other types of add-on boxes. Right now we're selling Christmas julbordskasse, so feel free to buy a julbordskasse from Linus Matkasse this year. So this comes back to how we battle food waste. According to UN, food waste and loss accounts for roughly 38% of the energy consumed in food production around the world. Half of that happens in loss before it even gets to the supermarket. It gets to retail, to the point where it's going to be sold. Another half of that happens once it's sold and then gets into sort of the kitchens. It's also thrown away. And a big part of that happens in the home, in people's homes, when they throw away food that doesn't get consumed. We have a large impact in reducing food waste throughout this chain, throughout all parts of the value chain. And this is about our upstream, and it's about our downstream. On the upstream side, we work with our suppliers. So we do accurate and timely forecasts. This is very important so that they don't overproduce. Overproduce means that you have to sell it, and if you sell it, people overconsume. So food waste that's happening because of overproduction and overconsumption, we can affect by giving very clear and good estimates. We also work with suppliers to reduce their odd-cutting details. We only purchase what the consumers need and want in the right proportions. This leads to that in our own production, that we have a very low food waste. We have 1.8 grams per serving in 2021 that was food waste generated in our own operations. And of course, we have to quality check things that come through our operation, so we don't send out bad ingredients to customers. And then we also contribute downstream simply by the fact that we teach people how to cook. We help solve the logistics problems, but we also give the inspiration, and we give tips and tools and ways of actually reducing food waste in the home. Leads me to a quick summary here. When we think about the LMK Group and this business, it's a category inventor that's been around for a long time. It's a scalable operational platform. It's a proven business model. It is profitable. We've been benefiting from mega trends. We will continue to do so. Sustainability has always been at the core of our business. As we look at more personalization and flexibility in the service and customizing the service, this will pave the way for growth. We hope to get the current environment behind us. I think everybody agrees on that, but we see growth in the future and foundations for profitable growth. So that's it for me. I hope you've enjoyed the presentation.
Thank you very much indeed, Walker. Since 2008, other players have entered the market. So how do you make sure you stay ahead of the game? How do you make sure you're not being competed out? I'm looking at, specifically, you mentioned all the isms that people want to eat vegetarian, they focus on the environment, etc. And there are players that are specifically focused on these types of meals. So how do you make sure you don't lose customers to the more tailored players?
Well, there is definitely a niche market, and there are niche actors in the space. I think from our perspective, we take on a purpose of innovating the mealtime experience, and that's very much been part of our entrepreneurship since 2008. In the later years, we have become much more flexible and much more listening to what is it the customers need and want from the service.
Yes.
So the being able to be flexible and meet the customer needs is very important. I think the other thing from a sustainability perspective is to be profitable as well. So we do have a lot of competitors in our space. We don't have a lot of profitable competitors in our space operating in the markets where we're at. So we have a good cash balance, and we expect to continue to drive profitability before just a growth perspective.
So when you look at growth, do you look at other markets, expanding your horizon?
We have several different growth vectors that we look at, and I think obviously one of those areas is always geographic expansion. But I think we have plenty to do here at home first.
All right. Well, we'll see. Exciting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So right, let's move on. The next presenter comes from SafeTure platform, but sort out relevant risk information based on user location to notify its customers only of incidents that require their action. It promises to reduce manual labor with an automated process for employee safety management. So with us now we have Magnus Hultman, CEO of SafeTure. So please give him a warm hand and welcome on stage.
Thank you so much for being here. And I noticed here on the list with the different sponsors for today. So Zettervalls is our law firm by choice at the company. We have Nasdaq, where we're listed at the First North. And we have Nordnet, which is the biggest buy platform for the SafeTure share. But also Deloitte. And Deloitte, I actually won that competition. Remember when she was talking about the Fast 50? I won the Fast 500 in Europe. For my last company, growing my company 23,000%, and sold it just a couple of years ago. And then I sat down with my mentor and I said I was really, really fed up with that industry I was in. So he told me, well, Magnus, you're not a startup anymore. You're a grown-up. You should go and see to start working for a listed company. And that's when the chairman of the board found me and introduced me to a company back then called Global Warning System. And I had a look at it, and I was immediately thrilled to start working with it. The problem was that first I needed to change the name because of Greta Thunberg. Everybody called us Global Warming System. So we changed the name to SafeTure, which stands for Safer Future. And that's what I'm going to present here today. So I'm Magnus Hultman, the CEO of the company since 3 years back. My chairman of the board is Flemming Breinholt. He was previously the CEO of Karnov Group, so also a man who has worked very much with software as a service, just like me. We are 35 people working in 4 different countries where we operate in. We have our headquarters in Lund, Sweden. Lund, as you know, is a fantastic hub when it comes to talent. And in Lund, you also have 71 listed companies. Guess how many of them are profitable? 9. So 9 out of 71 companies of the listed companies in Lund is profitable. Unfortunately, we're not one of those profitable, but I will show you a very clear path to profitability and that we're pretty close to it. We work with more than 4,000 enterprise companies and organizations throughout the world. We have users in pretty much every single country on the planet. So what do? Well, we have a risk management platform that we work primarily with assistance providers, security assistants and medical assistants to facilitate all of their operational processes in order to help them serve their clients. So that's the guys we build this platform for. This is a customer of ours called Xlog. They are a US-based security company working with some amazing customers. And this is their situation room, their security operations center, where they monitor the operations of all of their customers, where they have their offices and factories and stores, where their people are based, what risk that might be facing them in order to mitigate risk and be proactive if risk happens, which correlates pretty well with the theme of today and Naventus. So I can talk a lot about how you build a platform to help out solving the needs of mass communication, information, and positioning throughout the world. to be able to locate a person in the middle of Congo or at Stureplan here in Stockholm. It's a technology platform that took quite a lot of time to build. We started the company, founded the company in 2009, and it was not up until 5-6 past years that we have really managed to grow it significantly. My part in this was to take an IT company, a company that believed they were an IT company, to understand that they were a SaaS company. To understand you do not sell projects to customers, you sell products. To have 100% recurring revenue in the company is super important. It is what we will be able to scale. Because if you sell projects, you're just selling hours. You're selling people. You're selling those projects, and then you can start a consultancy company, and anybody could do that. So instead, I will show you a video about how the platform and how it works, and maybe that will clarify it all for you. So here we go.
The world's leading employee safety platform. SafeJar is a cloud-based service for communication, information, and location.
Scale to fit, please.
At SafeJar, we make sure you get the right information at the right time to the right people. All you need for managing risk, safety, and crisis processes for everyone, no matter where they are.
Just calling out to the technology team down there. Scale to fit, please. Otherwise, you won't see it all, right? I have nothing to hide, I promise, but you will add another minute on my presentation, right? Thank you. Okay, let's give that a minute. So Naventus is my first time presenting here, so it's a new acquaintance to me. And I started this morning actually at Aktiespararna, because today they have Stora Aktiedagen. And I can say that this was held at Hotel Birger Jarl, and this is better, quite much better, I must say. Okay, running. The technology worked at Hotel Birger Jarl, though. And it is a technology summit, so it should work, right? Perfect, thank you.
Welcome to SafeJar, the world's leading
employee
safety platform. SafeJar is a cloud-based service for communication, information, and location. At SafeJar, we make sure you get the right information at the right time to the right people. All you need for managing risk, safety, and crisis processes for everyone, no matter where they are. It's all about employee safety for all employees. SafeJar's advanced web portal has everything administrators need to locate, communicate critical information, and assist employees in case of an incident. SafeJar makes it easy to communicate and inform all your employees and to know where they are. Meet Hannah, an employee based in Sao Paulo, Brazil. A major strike has broken out and creates disturbances nearby. This triggers an automatic SafeJar alert that notifies her of what happens and if it could affect her, together with security advice. On the other side, the security team at Hannah's company also get the same information. With the click of a button, they can send her a check-in request, see her exact location, guide her to safety, or send for help. With the SafeTure mobile app, Hannah can instantly respond that she is safe or activate an SOS for help. SafeTure has warned that there is a typhoon closing in on the Guangzhou, China, near one of your facilities. By using SafeTure unique facility management tool, you can quickly identify and communicate with all employees close by the facility. Using the built-in check-in request and instant mass communication tools, you can send customized alerts to confirm the safety of all your employees close by. And with the SafeTure's multi-channel communication, you can communicate crucial information and local updates, regardless of internet connection. A critical situation has occurred at a factory that requires a last-minute trip to Europe. Within the app and the web portal, you have, with a click of a button, access to real-time security and travel information for your destination. Everything to make it easier planning your upcoming travel. The easy-to-use SafeTure app provides instant two-way communication, SOS button, check-in feature, real-time safety, and travel alerts. Comprehensive medical information and an advanced e-learning system to keep employees up to date on safety and travel protocols. All supported in multiple languages. With SafeTure communication tools and customizable content, you make sure that your employees only get relevant information at the right time. As a manager, you can save a great amount of time by using the SafeTure Analytics module. When accessing analytics, you get a unified view of all relevant data to help you make smarter business decisions. SafeTure's open platform enables widespread integrations. Everything from third-party content providers, HR databases, travel management companies, to medical and security assistance. All of this comes with SafeTure commitment to the highest level of data security. Getting started with SafeTure is fast and easy. Let us show you the best way to protect what matters the most, your employees.
Pretty easy, right? It's always easier with video. But the founder of the company, Lars Lidgren, professor of medicine at Lund University, he was actually sent to China during the SARS epidemic. And it's quite ironic because he was sent there by HWO and he was there to assess the situation. And he understood that this will be a major catastrophe. If you don't know where people are, if you're not able to communicate with people based on their position and have the right and correct information. So he wanted to improve the world by building this global warning system. And he has deep pockets, but not that deep. So today we are entirely focused on a partner positioning. It's our strategy to be the default choice as a process platform for different types of security companies, risk management companies, and medical assistance companies. And here's a few of them. So what we do for them is serving when there is an actual incident. Let's say you are a global company and you have these types of partners helping you when there is a situation. The security manager of the company interacts with the security providers and making sure that all the employees are safe. Today we have around 40 million SEK in revenue from these thousands of different companies. We have 1 million users on the platform, registered users on the platform. And the market is very, very big. Just those who are being served by different types of assistance companies is a 1 billion SEK market. And now we're only talking about those who are being served, the target markets. The total addressable market is a lot bigger because there is a big need. Since we see that employees today is a bigger share of a balance sheet than ever. 20, 30 years ago, people on a company's balance sheet was only 20-30%. Today it's 70%. At Google it's 99%. Employees is absolute most important resource at a company. And there is a duty of care for the employer to take care of the employees. And that's where we come in as that people risk management platform. So what do we solve for our partners? Well, take Falk Global Assistance, the second biggest medical assistance provider here in Europe, headquarters in Copenhagen. They got a tender request from the European Central Bank. And it's one thing that they will be there to assist in, for evacuations or medical issues, etc. But having a service offering, you also need a technology offering. And the share of technology as a share of the total service offering is just ever increasing. It's like Deloitte. I mean, Deloitte, they don't develop their own accounting system, right? They have a Fortnox. It's the same thing here. They contacted us and understood that they need technology help in order to improve quality, know the costs, and be ahead of the game. So we went into that tender process with the European Central Bank, and that's a financial institution, so the data policy was just massive. And on top of that, it's part of the European Union, one of the institutions in the European Union. So just the procurement process was insane. And we won it. And we not only won the European Central Bank, it's every single central bank across Europe. That means that in our databases, we know the whereabouts of Christine Lagardère. Well, I will not hand that out, and that's why our customers, they do their own penetration tests of our systems. The Swedish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we also have as a customer. Imagine how many Russian hacker attacks you have against a system that holds that type of data in place. Because it is when it really, really matters we get proven to test. So already before the Russians went over the border to Ukraine, that was the 24th of February, we had the data. We started feeding the data to those who had operations there. It is one of the biggest production countries for Aktier, for example, which is another customer. So we told them that this is happening on the borders, and that was being communicated out to all those that were in that position, since we communicate based on position. So they had that information, so they were ready. And when they went over the border, we could immediately start doing the evacuations, being ahead of the game, putting the drop points, making sure the people got directed, get the flights in, get the armored personnel in, taking out the people, even whole factories was evacuated from Ukraine and set up other places, making sure that all the production would be up and running globally. So a live case, read more about it at our webpage. It's quite interesting. In all the cases we've been in, it's quite fascinating, I must say. So why the partner positioning? Well, that was one of my conclusions. I mean, I love being out selling. I really, really love it. But if someone can do it for me, it's even better, right? So having the partners, we already have all those relationships with different types of customers in place. It makes much more sense to have them love us, because then they can tell the customers that they need to love us as well. So we shorten the lead times, we increase the deal sizes, and we get scalability in our organization. And remember where I'm from. It's all about scalability, and this is a very good way of scaling the product offering and the sales offering in the market. And we also see that it takes up most of the revenue growth that we have. It comes from partners. Insurance is big. We have a couple of the biggest insurance companies in the world. For example, Chubb as customers, but they don't pay well enough, I must say. So I rather prefer this. So financials, of course. I guess that's what you're here for. We have put up 3 very clear financial targets. We're going to grow at least 30% year on year. I think that is very realistic. We have done it for the past couple of years. Actually, 150% growth in revenue for the past 3 years since I went on board. And super proud of that. We will continue to improve our gross margins. I mean, if you are a technology company, you can have really, really high gross margins. We have 74%, I think it is, at today, and we're going to continuously improve them up until 80%. We have quite a lot of costs for running the system because of the sensitivity of the data, of all the SMSs that we send out, etc., etc. But still, we will continuously improve our gross margins. And of course, we also see that profitability is just around the corner. So the classics. As mentioned, how we have grown the operations of the business, decreasing our revenue, and at the same time more than doubling the team size. because there was a lot of things that needed to be done in order to start scaling the business. But now over to something much more interesting. And that's the software as a service, metrics, because it is different type of methodology when you're looking into a SaaS company. Remember, those 40 million that I have in recurring revenue that I've already bagged, that's what I'm going to start next year with, and everything else will be added on top of that. And when you also give your customers 3-year agreements and ask them to pay annually upfront, that's nice for business. So the last quarter, we actually had 100% of our revenue being recurring revenue. That is a tough. You need to make a lot of decisions. You need to say no to some customers. But it is important in order to scale. Dependencies. We do not have any single dependency when it comes to markets. Sweden is our 4th biggest or 3rd biggest market. Germany is the biggest, followed by the UK. Most interestingly is that the US was non-existing 2 years ago. And now they account for 12%. And we see a fantastic opportunity over there in the world's most mature security market. Further into the SaaS metrics, the churn. 8%, that was a tough one. That was pretty much when I started, but that was when COVID hit. And we had customers that went bankrupt. So we needed to take that out. But after that, we had around 1% churn or below 1% churn. So imagine having 40 million in recurring revenue with 1% churn, you can and 74% gross margin, you can easily put a more correct value on the share price. The gross margin, when it comes to the customer acquisition cost, we surpassed 100% here last year, and that was important. Another proof that we can scale the operations. And finally, the net revenue retention. We were the first company on NASDAQ to present NRR as part of our information to the markets. And it's a fantastic metric because it is minus the churn and plus the upsell that you can do on top of the existing accounts for the upsell you do on your customers. So, and there is a quote from Salesforce and the CEO and founder of Salesforce, where he said that the initial agreement for their customers, it accounts for 5% of the lifetime value of the customer that they get on board. And that is true for most SaaS companies. The biggest share of the value you create with the customers comes in after you have gotten them on board. So the potential in adding more users, adding more admins, adding more modules, getting them sticky to it. So a fantastic metric when you do your valuation of SaaS companies. Improving the gross margins as mentioned. So, because it's about that fantastic co-worker that you have, traveling all over the world, doing the business necessary, and making sure that someone is looking after her, being there as a protective shield. And that is what Safety does. People, risk management. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Magnus. Sorry about the film hiccup here. So, competitors, major competitors, and what makes you stand out?
I would say that it's in-house technology. So there are some fantastic assistance companies out there. One I really admire is a company called International SOS. It's a French company which have super exclusive services when it comes to taking care of people. And they have built their own tech stack. It costs them so much money. They're always late to the game. They're always looking at technology as something on their cost side. But we see it as investments bringing in revenue. So it's a completely different mindset when you try to do it in-house. And the general trend is that you shouldn't do in-house technology as a service provider. So, but that is a competitor because it comes with a bundled offering. They have the service and assistance offering. with technology. And that is hard. It is.
So in 5 years, where are you then?
Well, we will be quite much bigger than we are now. We believe that there are some trends out there in the market. Everybody's talking about risk, business continuity, and how important the people of your organization is. We also see some legislation actually around the corner post-COVID. So for example, today you have rules on fire safety in a building. But just around the corner, there will be rules when it comes to how to quarantine your employees in case of the next COVID that comes out, or how to locate your employees if there is an emergency. Can I give you an example there? My former company, we had an office over here at Kungsgatan. And 5 years ago, we had this terrorism attack on Drottninggatan. And I had 8 people at that office. And I could locate 6 of them, but I was missing 2. And the whole day I was missing them, and this was on a Friday. I didn't get hold of them. Not until the evening and next day I was able to locate that they were working from home and they were out with a customer. But imagine that, having responsibility as a company, not knowing where employees are, especially in these days where everybody's all over the place.
Well, thank you for a very interesting presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And now we move on. We have one final star here to enter the stage. It's from Gomera Group, Nils Lindgren, who is CEO. And Gomera Group has a slogan stating, "We prevent downtime in key," there you are, infrastructures. So you can take it from here, since you're already up. Give him a warm hand.
Hi. My name is Nils Lindgren. I'm the CFO. And we are a partner for predictive maintenance in critical infrastructure. Quick overview of the agenda, and I'll start with our customers, because they are the most important thing. We have over 100 customers in 9 countries, and we have been serving these customers with our solutions since 2002. All these customers are grid owners, electricity grid owners, and they are all serving us. We are not their customers, we are subscribers to their services, because all these companies are monopolies. There's only one electricity jacket, and that is from one of these, and it's mainly in Levio here in Stockholm, I understand, which is one of our customers. So in the past 12 months, we have prevented over 5,500 incidents for our customers. We have reduced their CO2 emissions by over 50,000 kilos, and we have ensured that they could empty the transformer bunds environmentally safe with over 85,000 cubic meter of clean, guaranteed clean water. So we ensure that the maintenance work can be carried out optimally and with increased degrees of automation. And this we do through technology, AI, sensors, and data, and most valuable is of course the analysis and the actionable insight that we provide our customers. So if we look quickly at the market where our customers operate, they are electricity distribution companies, as I said, all over Europe. Electricity grid looks exactly the same. It's all connected in Europe. All over the world, the electricity grid looks more or less the same. I've been working with electricity for over 20 years, and in the last year, I've actually been having conversations over dinner or in the changing room with people not in this industry about electricity grids. Everyone is aware of the challenges we have in the electricity grid. The electricity grid in Sweden has been built out for over 120 years, or all over Europe, all over the world. And what we see now is that we have to double the size or double the capacity of the electricity grid in the next 20 years in Sweden to meet the demand. So it's going to be a huge challenge. See, some things have disappeared here in the graphics, but over the last decade in Europe, we've invested about 23 billion euros per year in the electricity grid that we saw in the previous picture. So every year, on average, 23 billion. What happens now, when we need to increase the investments in the grid, is going to grow massively. So somewhere between 50 to 70%, we need to increase the investments in the electricity grid to meet the future demands. So then the figure will actually be 1 billion or 1.1 billion krona per day needs to be invested in the electricity grid in Europe. And this is to meet an increased demand. Just in Sweden, we will more than double the next 20 years. And to do that, we need to integrate more renewable resources. We need to increase the flexibility and quality in the grid. We cannot just build one more grid. We have to use the grid we have and use it more efficiently. And the grid has been invested. It's been there for 120 years. These assets last for a very long time. We need to digitalize these assets that are in the grid. So this is a schematic view of the grid, how it looks. 20 years ago, the picture was quite more simple. We have hydro and nuclear in Sweden on the production side, and we have industry and normal consumers on the consumption side. What we see is that this picture is becoming more and more complex as we have renewable resources that are intermittent. We have more prosumers in the systems, so more and more demands are being put into the different nodes in the systems. And we are active in the substation, which is really the connecting nodes of the system. And coming back a little bit to the growth of electricity demand, it's driven by UN global goals to become more sustainability. We have to get rid of fossil-fueled electricity generation. We need to electrify and digitalize our everyday. That's what we do. And if we then see a little bit more on how our monopolies, our grid owners are operating, they are controlled by legal and regulatory frameworks that decide how much they can charge us as subscribers to their services. So if we look a little bit, as they were talking about earlier, what is the problem? What is the issue? And some of my graphics have disappeared here. But if we start with the node, the substation, the blue circle here, that's how it looks on that schematic view that we looked at. In reality, it looks much more different. It's a construction that consists of different equipment, different structures and other items. Usually outside, the grid owner seldom owns the land it's on. It's a leased land. Creates more complexity. Where we started really is on the transformer side, so this big box here on the left. This transformer, like most transformer, is cooled by oil. Oil cannot leak out into the nature, so underneath the transformer, you build a transformer bund. And the function of that bund is to collect all the oil in the transformer in case of a breakdown. This transformer bund is covered by stones. That's to decrease the conductivity of the station. And behind that concrete wall, there's another transformer. It's outside, it rains. The transformer bund fills up with water. That water has to be emptied out, so there's always enough room in transformer bund for the oil in case of a breakdown. So what happens? This spilled glass here, the incident. The way this was done, we're talking 20 years ago and still today in some cases, a service technician drives out here. It might be a 2-hour drive. Here in the middle of Sweden, up north, it can be half a day's drive to get to one of these stations. Hopefully he had all the right tools with him. He went down, and at the end here, just under the red there's a small inspection thing. He looked down and said, yeah, it's clean. Put down a pump and pumped out 20 cubic meter of oil polluted water right into that bathing lake behind. So this grid owner then got mandated by the authorities. You have thousands of these transformer bunds. You have to empty them by deposit car. that costs thousands of kronas per cubic meter. You might have, as I said, 20 cubic meters of water in just one of these. So huge cost to the grid owner. The grid owner then came to us, or to Janne and Fredrik, the two founders of the company, and asked, can you move the decision from this individual service technician to a technology, a tool? And can you send an automated protocol that shows that it was clean water? Janne and Fredrik was developing a measurement cell that was doing exactly this. So it was a perfect match. So they developed the SIP solution. And the picture behind that you're supposed to see first is a substation where we actually have 7 SIPs installed. So no need for the service technicians to go there by car, no need for him to bring the right tools, no need for him to make a decision. That is automatically done by our measurement cell and our connected solution. So we developed the first solution in 2002. We connected this solution to the cloud in 2006. And then it's really when we managed to have this analysis. So the service technician now doesn't have to drive the car, bring the tools, carry a hand pump, look down. He can now sit from the comfort of his desk or in his car visiting another site, and he knows everything about how the site looks. And we've been very, very focused on the transformer band. So the level here, 310 millimeters of water in the transformer band, so that never goes above a maximum level. And if it does, we pump out automatically. Our measurement cell makes sure that the water is clean. They get all this analysis on the transformer bands, but there's a lot of other structures and equipment on the transformer station. So we are working very closely with our customers. What can we do? How can we connect all this other equipment? So now we're working with Ellevio to connect more equipment out on the substation. Here we have a specific project. We are going to connect all these circuit breakers here. Circuit breakers, to create a non-flammable environment, you use SF6 gas, a very good gas for that, but it's very harmful. It's more than 20,000 more harmful for the environment than CO2. And it's expensive. So they need to make sure that the SF6 gas is always there and that the pressure is the right. So now together with Ellevio, we are putting up sensors at all these circuit breakers. And they are communicating then with our connected station that you see there, the white box. A LoRaWAN connected solution. So that's secure. It's been communicating with our customers for 15 years. So they know it, they know us. It's tested, well tested. Coming back to the circuit breakers, on that picture before, those circuit breakers, the brand name on them is ASEA. So it's not ABB or Hitachi, it's ASEA. That's how old those equipments are. And they're still making a big investment in making sure that they will be lasting for another 20 years. That's how important it is, because they have to focus on expanding the grid rather than maintaining the current grid. So we have the transformer band, we have the switch gear, and we're also together with Ellevio now putting up more sensors in the substation, really to get full control of the substations. We're going towards the connected substation. And they get all their services through our web app, or web interface or app. We can also, of course, integrate it with their solutions, own in-house developed or third party. What we see today is that they subscribe to our solution. So they buy the box, the white box, they buy a subscription, and on they go. little bit quick about the company. So we were actually founded in 2002 when this grid owner came to us and asked for us to come up with a solution. We are based in Gothenburg. We are selling in-house developed solutions and services. We recently got ISO 2701 certified, IT security. We have grown quite well this year with good profitability. We have been profitable ever since we focused on this in 2016. We have outsourced our production within 2.5 hours drive of Gothenburg. So we are becoming scalable, but we still have good control over our production. If you look at our financials, we've had 3 slower years until this year. 2020 and 2021 was because of the COVID pandemic, and 2019 because of fires in Australia. But there, like about 35 million is kind of minimum level. Because we have 3 revenue streams. The first is that we sell the equipment, the hardware. Then the customer signs up to a subscription to use our analytics. They pay yearly in advance. Some customers also pay 5 or 10 years in advance to get access to our analytics. So that's very good. And since we have hardware out there, that hardware consumes spare parts. Not much, but a little bit. So we have 3 revenue streams on every sale that we do. We have a cash position of about 10 million, so a relative strong cash position for such a small company that we are, and a good equity position. Looking at the management team and the board, the management team, out of 4 people, 3 people are customer facing on a daily basis. I'm the only one who doesn't get to meet the customers. The board, a very good board. We have the CEO of Insplorion. He's our chairman since more than almost 10 years now. And we have other knowledge from the industry and from building companies in our phase. We were listed on the Spotlight in June 2018. We have over 800 shareholders that owns that third of the company that is a free float. The rest is owned by the founders, management, and the 2 early investors in Chalmers Ventures and Iowa Holding. And if we look forward, where do we want to grow? We want to grow by increasing our penetration. So Ellevio, for example, is a good customer of ours. They're not using our solution at all their stations. So increasing the penetration with them or Vattenfall or any other one that we can do. The next thing is selling more services. As we are connecting more sensors in the substation, we can sell more services to them. And going internationally. We are now working very intense with establishing ourselves in the UK, which will be our 10th country of sales. And what we see is that we can manage to continue to grow by about 1 market, in additional international market per year, continue to be profitable. And over the last year, we've more than managed to reach and overshoot our financial targets. So to summarize, large global investments in infrastructure. Everyone is talking about electricity and electricity grid. I never thought that would happen, but it happens and every day, and we are all dependent on that for everything that we want to do and to remain sustainable. We are the market leader in Sweden for this. We have a good customer base of over 100 customers in 9 countries. And we offer an established and secure IT solutions in a growing market. And we're working, I think this is very important, very customer close and customer driven continuously to have sustainable innovation. And that makes us our customer's partner for predictive maintenance. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Niels. Just like you stated, there's lots going on in terms of electricity the transition. We need to double the effect here and the output here in Sweden, for instance. So how do you make sure that you stay ahead of the game when it comes to, now we see storage, we see hydrogen, we see all sorts of solutions coming into, and you also mentioned the prosumer aspect.
Yes.
So how do you make sure you stay ahead of the game in terms of innovation? So you're really, you're really in there where it's needed, so to speak.
Absolutely. Now, coming back to what I said here, last point here, bullet point, we're working very, very closely with our customers to listen to their needs, try to see ahead what can happen next, and that way solving their problems.
Thank you. And also, of course, in the light of the current security situation, not to mention the European security situation in terms of cyber attacks and just attacks, how do you navigate in this field? You might not be able to say very much about it, but because I'm sure that's also a security aspect. But we do really need to be on top of this game too, right?
Absolutely. And all the pictures I showed, I never said where those substation was, and I cannot say that.
Mm.
So we're making sure that we comply to all security measures there are. We have just gone through ISO certification with IT.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Mm.
Considering IT security. So that is very, very important. It's very, very high on the agenda. And it's very, very high on the agenda for our customers.
And higher, I assume, in the light of the war in Europe.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
Well, best of luck. We need you.
Thank you.
That's for sure. Thank you. Speaking of needing you, we need investments in these fields, right? That's why we're here. So just keep on investing in tech and stay updated for the next Naventus event. That will be in March 14th here at Grand, and also online, of course. And that will be focusing on renewables. So I hope to see you back then again. And thank you very much.